Stillness speaks through joy and pain. Climbing higher, I'll shed my chain, till only the essence will remain.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be harsh.
Bardo's echo writes the beat, flowing through the cosmic theme. Heart to sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound, in the void my soul is bound. Heart to sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound, in the void my soul is bound. Winds of silence blow through my soul. Paths unknown begin to unfold. Shadows whisper truths untold. In this void I find my role. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Mountains crumble, ashes rain. Stillness speaks through joy and pain. Climbing higher, I'll shed my chain, till only the essence will remain. Through the veil the visions spin, wheels of karma turn within. Breath by breath I start again, melting in the eternal skin. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo writes the beat, flowing through the cosmic theme. Heart to sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound, in the void my soul is bound. Heart to sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound, in the void my soul is bound. Winds of silence blow through my soul. Paths unknown begin to unfold. Shadows whisper truths untold. In this void I find my role. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Mountains crumble, ashes rain. Stillness speaks through joy and pain. Climbing higher, I'll shed my chain, till only the essence will remain. Through the veil the visions spin. Wheels of karma turn within. Breath by breath I start again, melting in the eternal skin. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Heart to sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound. To sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound. To sky and dust to ground, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound. In the void, my soul is bound.
Hello, hello, hello. I do hope you're well. We'll begin reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead again shortly. We're in the Bardos. We're stuck in that place currently between death and rebirth. I believe we're on day 8 in the Bardos. So we will begin reading. In this void I find my role. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo hello to whoever is watching. I do hope you're well.
Flowing through the cosmic theme. Mountains crumble, ashes rain.
Okay, sound check. I think you should be able to hear me, right? Let's hope so. Right. I will begin reading very, very soon. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, and it's episode 38. Okay, guys. On screen is the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and we're on day 8 in the Bardos. What to do when you are in the Bardos, what to experience, and what to read to somebody who's dead or is dying, to warn them, to forewarn them, or to warn them as to what to do. That is what the Tibetan Book of the Dead is for. I will just remove the banner. Loud and clear. Lovely. Hello to Divine. I do hope you're well, sweetie pie. Right. We are on day 8. The 8th day, again calling the deceased by name. Yeah. Address him thus. O nobly born, listen undistractedly. I better turn that music down. Is it a little bit annoying? I don't know. I'll leave it up to you, but I'm going to turn down a little bit. There we go. Just a slight atmospheric ambience in the background. Right. So the 8th day in the Bardos. Again, calling the deceased by name, address him thus. O nobly born, listen undistractedly. Not having been able to recognize when the peaceful deities shone upon thee in the Bardo above, thou hast come wandering thus far. Now, on the 8th day, the blood-drinking, wrathful deities will come to shine. Act so as to recognize them without being distracted. O nobly born, the great glorious Buddha Haruka, dark brown of color with 3 heads, 6 hands, and 4 feet, firmly postured, the right face being white, the left red, the central dark brown, and the body emitting flames of radiance, the 9 eyes widely opened in terrifying gaze, the eyebrows quivering like lightning, the protruding teeth glistening and set over one another, giving vent to sonorous utterances of ah la la and ha ha, and piercing whistling sounds, the hair of a reddish yellow color, standing on end and emitting radiance, the heads adorned with dried human skulls, and symbols of the sun and moon, black serpents and raw human heads forming a garland for the body. The first of the right hands holding a wheel, and the middle one a sword. The last one a battle axe. The first of the left hands a bell. The middle one a skull bowl. The last one a plowshare. His body embraced by the mother Buddha Krotishurima, her right hand clinging to his neck and her left putting to his mouth a red shell filled with blood, making a palatal sound like crackling, and a clashing sound, and a rumbling sound as loud as thunder, emanating from the 2 deities, radiant flames of wisdom blazing from every hair pore of the body, and each containing a flaming dorje. The 2 deities together thus, standing with one leg bent and the other straight and tense, on their dais supported by horned eagles. Will come forth from within thine own brain, and shine vividly upon thee. Will come forth, sorry. I think there's a typo here. So it will come forth from within thine own brain and shine vividly upon thee. Fear that not, be not awed. Know it to be the embodiment of thine own intellect, as it is thine own tutelary deity. Be not terrified, be not afraid, for in reality It is the Bhagavan Vairocana, the father-mother, simultaneously with recognition. Liberation will be obtained if they be recognized, merging thyself in that at one moment into the tutelary deity. Buddhahood in the Samhoga Kaya will be one. Guys, that was day 8 in the Bardos. I will give you a brief breakdown of a summary. So, guys, day 8 in the Bardo. So, on the 8th day after death, the wrathful deities begin to appear. The deceased is once again called by name and instructed to focus without distraction. Since they failed to recognize the peaceful deities earlier in the Bardo, they now face a more fearsome vision, the terrifying, blood-drinking deity Buddha Haruka, who emerges from their own mind. Buddha Haruka is vividly described with dark brown skin, 3 heads, 6 arms, and surrounded by flames, fierce expressions, and terrifying sounds. He is accompanied by his consort, Buddha Kotashirima, and together they emit radiant flames of wisdom. Despite their fearsome appearance, the deceased is told not to be afraid. These deities are projections of their own mind, their own tutelary, that is your spiritual deities. Key teaching here, guys, is if the deceased can recognize these terrifying forms as their own inner nature, manifestations of their own consciousness, they can achieve a liberation and become enlightened in the Sambhogakaya, one of the 3 bodies of a Buddha. Bottom line is, don't be afraid. These deities are part of you. Recognize them as that, and you can be freed. Okay, guys, that was day 8. We'll move on now to day 9. But if one flee from them, thou through awe and terror being begotten, then on the 9th day, the blood-drinking deities of the Vajra order will come to receive one. Thereupon, the setting face to face is calling the deceased by name. Thus, O nobly born, listen undistractedly. He of the blood-drinking Vajra order named the Bhagavan Vajra Haruka, dark blue in color with 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet firmly postured. In the first right hand, holding a dorje, in the middle one, a skull bowl, in the last one, a battle axe, in the first of the left, a bell, in the middle one, a skull bowl, in the last one, a plowshare, his body embraced by the mother Vajra Kotashirima, her right hand clinging to his neck, her left offering to his mouth. A red shell filled with blood will issue from the eastern quarter of thy brain and come to shine upon thee. Fear it not, be not terrified, be not awed. Know it to be the embodiment of thine own intellect, as it is thine own tutelary deity. Be not terrified. In reality, they are the Bhagavan Vajra Sattva, the father and mother. Believe in them, recognizing them. Liberation will be obtained at once by so proclaiming them, knowing them to be tutelary deities, merging in them in at one moment. Buddhahood will be obtained. Okay, guys, that was day 9. Seemed to be very familiar to day 8, but very similar. Sorry. I'm going to have a look here and see a summary. So, summary of the 9th day from the Tibetan Book of the Dead. If the deceased was too afraid to recognize the deities of the 8th day, then on the 9th day, the wrathful deities of the Vajra order begin to appear. Again, the soul is called by name and urged to listen without distraction. The central figure now is Vajra Haruka, a dark blue wrathful deity with 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet. He holds weapons and symbolic items like a dorje, a bowl made from a skull, a battle axe, and a bell, and a plowshare. He is embraced by his consort, Vajra Kotashirima, who offers him a blood-filled shell. This fearsome vision emerges from the eastern part of the brain. a symbolic reminder that these figures are manifestations of the mind itself. The teaching, just like before, the soul is urged not to be afraid. These deities are not external beings. They are expressions of the deceased's own intellect, specifically the Father-Mother, Vajrasattva, a divine union representing wisdom and compassion. Key message then, guys, if the deceased recognized these deities as part of themselves, they can immediately attain liberation and reach Buddhahood. Bottom line, again, guys, don't run from fear. Realize it is part of you. Recognition leads to freedom. Okay. Good stuff. We'll go on to day 10 then. The 10th day, yet if one do not recognize them, the obscurations of evil deeds being too great, and flee from them through terror and awe, then on the 10th day, the blood-drinking deities of the precious gem order will come to receive one. Thereupon, the sitting face-to-face is calling the deceased by name thus: O nobly born, listen, on the 10th day, the blood-drinking deity of the precious gem order named Ratna Haruka, yellow of color, having 3 faces, 6 hands, 4 feet, firmly postured, the right face white, the left red, the central darkish yellow, and haloed in flames. In the first of the 6 hands holding a gem, in the middle one a trident staff, in the last one a baton, in the first of the left hands a bell, in the middle one a skull bowl, in the last one a trident staff. His body embraced by the mother Ratna Krotisharima, her right hand clinging to his neck, her left offering to his mouth a red shell filled with blood, will issue from the southern quarter of thy brain and come to shine upon thee. Fear not, be not terrified, be not awed. Know them to be the embodiment of thine own intellect, they being thine own tutelary deity. Be not terrified. In reality, they are the Father, Mother, Bhagavan, Ratna, Sambhava. Believe in them, recognition of them, and the obtaining of liberation will be simultaneously. That, guys, was the day 10. So the 10th day, guys, basically, if the deceased still fails to recognize the previous deities in day 9 due to overwhelming fear and karmic obscurations, then on the 10th day, the wrathful deities of the precious gem Ratna order appear. The central deity is Ratna Haruka, who is yellow in color with 3 faces, 6 arms, and 4 firmly planted feet. Faces are the right is white, the left is red, the center is dark yellow. They're surrounded by flames, and it holds symbolic items: a gem, the trident staff, the baton, the bell, the skull bowl again, and another trident. Embraced by his consort, Ratna Krotisharima, who offers him a blood-filled shell. This fearsome vision comes from the southern part of the deceased's brain, symbolizing once again that these are eternal manifestations, not external threats. The core message here is the deceased is urged not to be afraid. These deities are projections of their own mind and wisdom, specifically the Father-Mother form of Bhagavan Ratna Sambhava, a Buddha associated with abundance, equanimity, and generosity. Teaching then, guys, if the soul can recognize these forms as its own tutelary deities, expressions of their deepest wisdom, then instant liberation is possible. Bottom line then, these terrifying deities are really, again, your own enlightened mind. Recognize them as such and be free. Okay, we'll go on then to the 11th day. I do hope you're well as we read it. So again, 11th day here. Yet, though set face to face thus, if through power of evil propensities, terror and awe being produced, not recognizing them to be tutelary deities, one flee from them. Then on the 11th day, the blood-drinking lotus order will come to receive one. Thereupon, the setting face-to-face is calling the deceased by name thus: O nobly born. On the 11th day, the blood-drinking deity of the lotus order, called Bhagavan Padma Haruka, of the reddish black color, having 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet, firmly postured. The right face white, the left blue, the central darkest red. In the first of the right of the 6 hands holding a lotus, in the middle one a trident staff, in the last a club, in the first of the left hands a bell, in the middle one a skull bowl filled with blood, in the last a small drum, his body embraced by the mother Padma Kotisharima, her right hand clinging to his neck, her left offering to his mouth. A red shell filled with blood, the father and mother in union, will issue from the western quarter of thy brain and come to shine upon thee. Fear that not, be not terrified. Be not awed, rejoice, recognize them to be the product of thine own intellect, as they are, thine own tutelary deity. Be not afraid. In reality, they are the Father, Mother, Bhagavan, Atmitva. Believe in them concomitantly with recognition. Liberation will come. Through such acknowledging, recognizing them to be tutelary deities, in at one moment thou wilt merge into them and obtain Buddhahood. Okay, guys. So the 11th day of the Book of the Dead. So here we go. If the deceased fails here, guys, to recognize the deities from the previous days due to fear and negative karmic tendencies, then on the 11th day, the wrathful deities of the Lotus Padma order appear. The main figure is Padma Haruka, described as reddish-black in color with 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet. The faces, the right is white, the left is blue, the central part is dark red. The entity will be holding a lotus, a trident staff, club, bell, skull bowl of blood, and a small drum. They are embraced by his consort, the Padma Kotisharima, who offers him a blood-filled red shell. The divine couple, father and mother, appears in union emerging from the western part of the brain. Once again, the deceased is told not to fear. These fierce figures are not external threats, but symbolic manifestations of their own mind. Specifically, the father-mother form of the Amitva, the Buddha of infinite light and compassion. The core teaching then, guys, is if the soul recognizes these forms as their own tutelary deities, representations of their inner wisdom, liberation is immediate. The bottom line again is this is still you. The wrathful forms are just wisdom in disguise. Recognize them and you'll be awakened and free. Hello to whoever is watching. You are welcome. We are reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So we'll go on then to the 12th day in the world of the Bardos. The place between death and rebirth. So remember, guys, this is all about trying to break free from samsara, the cycle of birth and death, death and rebirth. Okay, so here we go. Despite this is day 12 now. Despite such a setting, face to face, being led backwards by evil propensities, terror and awe rising, it may be that one recognize not and flee. Thereupon, on the 12th day, the blood-drinking deities of the karmic order, accompanied by Karima and Hatinma and Wangchugma, will come to receive one. Not recognizing, terror may be produced, whereupon the setting face to face is calling the deceased by name thus: O nobly born, on the 12th day, the blood-drinking deity of the karmic order, named Karma Harua, dark green of color, having 3 faces, 6 hands, and 4 feet firmly postured. The right face white, the left red, the middle dark green, majestic of appearance. In the first of the right of the 6 hands holding a sword, in the middle one a trident staff, in the last a club. In the first of the left hands a bell, in the middle one a skull bowl, in the last a plowshare, his body embraced by the mother Karma Kotisharima, her right hand clinging to his neck, the left offering to his mouth a red shell, the father and mother in union issuing from the northern quarter of thy brain will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not, be not terrified, be not awed. Recognize them to be the embodiment of thine own intellect, they being thine own tutelary deity. Be not afraid. In reality, they are the Father, Mother, Bhagavan, Amoga, Siddhi. Believe and be humble and be fond of them. Concomitantly with recognition, liberation will come through such acknowledging, recognizing them to be tutelary deities at one moment. Thou wilt merge into them and obtain Buddhahood. Through the Guru's select teaching, one cometh to recognize them to be the thought forms issuing from one's own intellectual faculties. For instance, a person, upon recognizing a lion skin to be a lion skin, is freed from fear. For though it be only a stuffed lion skin, if one do not know it to be so actually, fear ariseth. But upon being told by some person that it is a lion skin only, one is freed from fear. Similarly, here too, when the bands of blood-drinking deities, huge of proportions, with very thick-set limbs, dawn as big as the skies, awe and terror are naturally produced in one. But as soon as the setting face-to-face is heard, one recognizeth them to be one's own tutelary deities and one's own thought forms. Then when the mother clear light, which one had been accustomed to formerly, a secondary clear light, the offspring clear light, coming together like two intimate acquaintances, blend inseparably, and therefrom a emancipating radiance dawneth upon one. Through self-enlightenment and self-knowledge, one is liberated. Okay, so that's day 12. So yes, it would seem that again it's the same message. Though one is seeing monstrous sights before thee on day 12, be not afraid. They come from within. They are emanations from your own intellect, your own brain. Be not terrified, be not awed. Recognize them to be the embodiment of thine own intellect. And just as when one might see a lion skin, one might be afraid until one realizes it is only a lion skin. It is not the real article. It is not the full being. It is no threat. So remember that, guys. Remember that all this is emanating from within you, from your brain, from your intellect. It is just the dark aspects of your nature trying to grab a hold of you. Remember that, and be not afraid, basically, is what the message is. Be not afraid. Be not overawed. Be not awed. Be not terrified. Do not run away. Stand your ground and concentrate on the goodness within and the goodness around. Concentrate on what they call here the mother clear light, which one had been accustomed to formerly. So hope, love, and coming together. And then you will be emancipated and freed through this self-enlightenment and through the knowledge that you are your own worst enemy, and you can free yourself from yourself to be liberated in the afterworld. Okay, welcome to anybody who is watching. I do hope you are extremely well. We are reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead. A list of instructions for what to do after you've died. And you find yourself in the Bardos. That is the place between death and rebirth, so that you can basically stop yourself from being reborn in the cycle, in samsara. The cycle of death and rebirth, the cycle of suffering, the first noble truth. Life is suffering. If you want to escape that, if you want to get off the wheel of karma, you have to realize that it's down to you. You have to trust yourself. You have to go within, and you have to do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Have confidence in yourself. The 13th day, then, if this setting face to face be not obtained, good persons on the path too fall back from here and wander into the samsara. So they will be reborn because they failed here, guys. Then the 8th wrathful ones, the Keramas and the Hatemenmas, having various animal heads, issue from within one's own brain and come to shine upon oneself. Thereupon the setting face to face is calling the deceased by name thus. Okay. O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the 13th day from the eastern quarter of thy brain, the 8 Karimas will emanate and come to shine upon thee. Fear them not. From the east of thy brain, the white Karima, holding a human corpse as a club in the right hand, and in the left holding a skull bowl filled with blood, will come to shine upon thee. Fear not. From the south, the yellow Sarima, holding a bow and arrow ready to shoot from the west, and the red Pramoa, holding a Makara banner from the north. The black Petali, holding a dorja and a blood-filled skull bowl. From the southeast, the red Pakasi, holding intestines in the right hand, and with the left putting them into her mouth. From the southwest, the dark green Gashmari, the left hand holding a blood-filled skull bowl, with the right stirring it with a dorja, and she then drinking it with majestic relish. From the northeast, the yellowish white Sandal, tearing asunder a head from a corpse. Very gruesome here, guys. The right hand holding a heart, the left putting the corpse to the mouth, and then she eating thereof. From the northeast, the dark blue Smasher, tearing asunder a head from a corpse and eating thereof. These, the 8 Karimas of the abodes, or 8 directions, also come to shine upon thee, surrounding the 5 blood-drinking fathers. Yet be not afraid, O nobly born, from the circle outside of them. The 8 Hatemenas of the 8 regions of the brain will come to shine upon thee. From the east, the dark brown lion-headed one, the hands crossed on the breast, and in the mouth holding a corpse and shaking the mane. From the south, the red tiger-headed one, the hands crossed downwards, grinning and showing the fangs, looking on with protruding eyes. From the west, the black fox-headed one, the right hand holding a shaving knife and the left holding an intestine, and she eating and licking the blood therefrom. From the north, the dark blue wolf-headed one, the 2 hands tearing open a corpse and looking on with protruding eyes. From the southeast, the yellowish white vulture-headed one, bearing a gigantic human-shaped corpse on the shoulder and holding a skeleton in the hand. From the southwest, the dark red cemetery bird-headed one, carrying a gigantic corpse on the shoulder. From the northwest, the black crow-headed one, the left hand holding a skull bowl, the right holding a sword, and she eating hearts and lungs. And from the northeast, the dark blue owl-headed one, holding a dorjan in the right hand, and holding a skull bowl in the left, and eating. These 8 Hatmenmas of the 8 regions, likewise surrounding the blood-drinking fathers and issuing from within thy brain, come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. Know them to be thought forms of thine own intellectual faculties. Basically, it's the same message, guys. It's the same message. It's giving you plenty of chances here to realize this is all just a figment of your imagination. All these entities, all these things are part of your darker nature, part of your fears, part of the bits of you that, are negative towards you, perhaps. Your self-loathing, your fear, your terror, your anxieties, your inability to be self-assured. These things will come to haunt you in the afterlife. And these are the things you have to reject if you want to go onwards and break free from samsara. If you want to break free from the wheel of death and rebirth. You have to become self-assured, trust yourself, trust in your own heart, stand your ground, and see what things are, i.e. that they are delusions, they are things that are not really as they appear. You are greater than these things, and you know that you can outshine the darker aspects of you. You can rise above. You can be free. There's a big message here of self-love. You are worth it. You are worth it. Just one moment, guys. I'm going to just check my phone. I've got to go and find it. I think it's in the hallway, so I'll be right back. I will be right back. Right, I'm back. Just one moment. Right. So we're going on to the 14th day then, guys, in the Bardos. Thou art dead. Thou art in a period where thou art being tested by your own self, basically. And it's up to you whether you go forward and are liberated from, future suffering, or whether you fall asunder and crumble due to your own inability to trust in yourself and to be confident in yourself that you have the strength to survive the onslaught that you are experiencing. The 14th day, oh nobly born on the 14th day. The 4 female doorkeepers also issuing from within thine own brain will come to shine upon thee. Again, recognize from the east quarter of thy brain will come to shine the white tiger-headed, goad-holding goddess, bearing a blood-filled skull bowl in her left hand. From the south, the yellow sow-headed noose-holding goddess. From the west, the red-headed lion, iron chain-holding goddess. And from the north, the green serpent-headed bell-holding goddess. Thus, issue the 4 female doorkeepers also from within thine own brain, and come to shine upon thee as tutelary deities. Recognize them. O nobly born on the outer circle of these 30 wrathful deities, Herukas, the 28 various-headed mighty goddesses, bearing various weapons, issuing from within thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. Recognize whatever shineth to be the thought forms of thine own intellectual faculties. At this vitally important time, recollect the select teachings of the Guru. O nobly born. There will dawn from the east the dark brown, yak-headed Raksha goddess, holding a dorje and a skull, and the reddish-yellow serpent-headed Brahma goddess, holding a lotus in her hand, and the greenish black leopard-headed great goddess, holding a trident in her hand, and the blue monkey-headed goddess of inquisitiveness, holding a wheel, and the red snow-bear-headed virgin goddess, bearing a short spear in the hand, and the right bear-headed Indra goddess, holding an intestine noose in the hand. These, the 6 yoginis of the east, issuing from within the eastern quarter of thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not. O nobly born, From the south will dawn the yellow bat-headed delight goddess, holding a shaving knife in the hand, and the red Makara-headed peaceful goddess, holding an urn in the hand, and the red scorpion-headed Amrita goddess, holding a lotus in the hand, and the white kite-headed moon goddess, holding a dorj in the hand, and the dark green fox-headed baton goddess, flourishing a club in the hand, and the yellowish black tiger-headed Rakshasi, holding a blood-filled skull bowl in the hand. These, the 6 yoginis of the south, issuing from within the southern quarter of thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not, O nobly born. From the east will dawn the greenish-black vulture-headed eater goddess, holding a baton in the hand, and the red horse-headed delight goddess, holding a huge trunk of a corpse, and the white eagle-headed mighty goddess, holding a club in the hand, and the yellow dog-headed Rakshasi, holding a dorj in the hand and a shaving knife, and cutting with this, and the red hoopoe-headed desire goddess, holding a bow and arrow in the hand, aimed, and the green stag-headed wealth guardian goddess, holding an urn in the hand. These, the 6 yoginis of the west, issuing from within the western quarter of thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not, O nobly born. From the north will dawn the blue wolf-headed wind goddess, waving a pennant in the hand, and the red ibex-headed woman goddess, holding a pointed stake in the hand, and the black sow-headed sow goddess, holding a noose of fangs in the hand, and the red crow-headed thunderbolt goddess, holding an infant corpse in the hand, and the greenish-black elephant-headed big-nosed goddess, holding in the hand a big corpse and drinking blood from a skull, and the blue serpent-headed water goddess, holding in the hand a serpent noose. These, the 6 yoginis of the north, issuing from within the northern quarter of thine own brain, will come to shine upon thee. Fear that not, O nobly born. The 4 yoginis of the door, issuing from within the brain, will come to shine upon thee. From the east, the black cuckoo-headed mystic goddess, holding an iron hook in the hand. From the south, the yellow goat-headed mystic goddess, holding a noose in the hand. And from the west, the red lion-headed mystic goddess, holding an iron chain in the hand. And from the north, the greenish-black serpent-headed mystic goddess. These, the 4 door-keeping yoginis, issuing from within the brain, will come to shine upon thee. Since these 28 mighty goddesses emanate from the bodily powers of Ratna, Samva, and the 6 Heruka deities, recognize them, O nobly born. The peaceful deities emanate from the voidness of the Dharmakaya. Recognize them. From the radiance of the Dharmakaya emanate the wrathful deities. Recognize them. At this time, when the 58 blood-drinking deities emanating from thine own brain come to shine upon thee, if thou knowest them to be the radiances of thine own intellect, thou wilt merge in the state of at-one-ment into the body of the blood-drinking ones, there and then, and obtain Buddhahood. O nobly born, by not recognizing them now, and by fleeing from the deities out of fear, again, sufferings will come to overpower thee. So basically, if you don't see these for what they are, as in emanations from your own mind, not real, not to be feared, and that you also have the power to overcome them, you will suffer. That is the message here. If this be not known, fear being begotten of the blood-drinking deities, one is awed and terrified and fainteth away, turn into illusory appearances, and one wandereth into samsara. So basically, if you fear these entities, if you faint, if you become unsure, scared, weakened, you will maybe tentatively wander off and away from them, and you will go back into the wheel of rebirth and of birth and death, into samsara. So if one be not awed and terrified, one will not wander into samsara. So you're best advised to stand your ground. Okay. Furthermore, The bodies of the largest of the peaceful and wrathful deities are equal in vastness to the limits of the heavens, the intermediate as big as Mount Meru, the smallest equal to the 18 bodies, such as thine own body. Set one upon another, be not terrified at that, be not awed. If all existing phenomena shining forth as divine shapes and radiances be recognized to be the emanations of one's own intellect, Buddhahood will be obtained at that very instant of recognition. The saying Buddhahood will be obtained in a moment of time in that which applieth now. Bearing this in mind, one will obtain Buddhahood by merging in at one moment into the radiances and the kayas. Okay. O nobly born, whatever fearful and terrifying visions thou mayest see, recognize them to be thine own thought forms. O nobly born, if thou recognize not and be frightened, then all the peaceful deities will shine forth in the shape of Mahakala, and all the wrathful deities will shine forth in the form of Dharmaraja and the Lord of Death. And thine own thought forms becoming illusions or maras, thou wilt wander into samsara. O nobly born, if one recognizes not one's own thought forms, however learned one may be in the scriptures, both sutras and tantras, although practicing religion for a kalpa, one obtaineth not Buddhahood. If one recognize one's own thought forms by one important art and by one word, Buddhahood is obtained. If one's thought forms be not recognized as soon as one dieth, the shapes of Dharmaraja, the Lord of Death, will shine forth on the Chonyad Bardo, the largest of the bodies of the Dharmaraja, the Lord of Death, equaling the heavens in vastness, the intermediate Mount Meru. The smallest, 18 times one's own body, will come filling the world systems. They will come having their upper teeth biting the nether lip, their eyes glassy, their hairs tied up on the top of the head, big bellied, narrow waisted, holding a karmic record board in the hand, giving utterance from their mouth to the sounds of strike, slay, licking human brain, drinking blood, tearing heads from corpses, tearing out the hearts. Thus will they come, filling the world, O nobly born. When such thought forms emanate, be thou not afraid nor terrified. The body will now thou possessest, being a mental body of karmic propensities. Though slain and chopped to bits, thou cannot die, because thy body is in reality one of voidness. Thou needest not fear. The bodies of the Lord of Death, too, are emanations from the radiances of thine own intellect. They are not constituted of matter. Voidness cannot injure voidness. Beyond the emanations of thine own intellectual faculties externally, the peaceful and wrathful ones, the blood-drinking ones, the various-headed ones, the rainbow lights, the terrifying forms of the Lord of Death, exist not in reality. Of this there is no doubt. Thus, knowing this, all fear and all terror is self-dissipated, and merging in the state of at-one-ment, Buddhahood is obtained. So, guys, it sounds like in this one, you are actually going to get attacked here. They're going to come at you, okay? But the thing to remember is it's not real. It's all just off your mind, and you can't actually be hurt in reality. If thou recognizeth in that manner, exerting thy faith and affection towards the tutelary deities, and believing that they have come to receive thee amidst the ambuscades of the Bardo, think, I take refuge in them, and remember the precious Trinity, exerting towards them the Trinity, fondness and faith. Whosoever thine own tutelary deity may be, recollect now, and calling him by name, pray thus, alas, wandering am I in the Bardo, run to my rescue, uphold me by thy grace, O precious tutelary. Calling upon the name of my own Guru, pray thus, alas, wandering am I in the Bardo, rescue me. Oh, let not thy grace forsake me. Have faith in the blood-drinking deities too, and offer up prayer. Alas, I am wandering in the samsara. true force of overpowering illusions, on the light path of the abandonment of fright, fear, and awe. May the bands of the Bhagavans and peaceful and wrathful ones lead me. May the bands of the wrathful goddess rich in space be my rear guard and save me from the fearful ambuscades of the Bardo and place me in the state of perfectly enlightened Buddhas. When wandering alone, separate from dear friends, when the void forms of one's own thoughts are shining here, may the Buddhas exerting the force of their grace cause not to come the fear, awe, and terror in the Bardo. When the 5 bright wisdom lights are shining here, may recognition come without dread and without awe. When the divine bodies of the peaceful and the wrathful are shining here, may the assurance of fearlessness be obtained and the Bardo be recognized. When by the power of evil, karma, misery is being tasted, may the tutelary deities dissipate the misery. When the natural sound of reality is reverberating like 1,000 thunders, may they be transmuted into the sounds of the 6 syllables. When unprotected karma having to be followed here, I beseech the gracious, compassionate one to protect me. When suffering miseries of karmic propensities here, may the blissfulness of the clear light dawn. May the 5 elements not rise up as enemies. May I behold the realms of the 5 orders of the enlightened ones. Thus, in earnest faith and humility, offer up the prayer, whereby all fears will vanish and in the Samhogakaya will undoubtedly be one. Important is this, being undistracted, repeat it in that manner 3 or even 7 times. However heavy the evil karma may be, and however weak the remaining karma may be, it is not possible that liberation will not be obtained, but recognized. If nevertheless, everything one done in these stages of the Bardo, recognition is still not brought about, then there being danger of one's wandering further into the 3rd Bardo, called the Sidba Bardo, the setting face to face, for that will be shown in detail hereinafter. Okay. I will get the conclusion. I'll get a breakdown of that, guys. That's quite a heavy one. It sounds like you might fall victim, at least temporarily, to guilt and, realizing the harm that you did in life to others on this day in particular. But again, you've got to realize that the guilt, the feelings that you have are not others, it's you, and it's up to you to overcome those feelings. That's what I'm getting here, guys. Don't let them drag you down, rather see them as lessons learned and rise above them. Realize you did what you did, and sometimes it wasn't necessarily your fault. It was because you were a victim of circumstance. Maybe your brain was your brain neurology, even your psychology was a bit fucked up because of experiences of others, causing you to think in a skewed way. Maybe there's a whole host of reasons. So you've got to have some compassion, it would appear, for yourself, and realize, although you did bad perhaps to others and you hurt others here and there, the fact that there's anyone there, as in the fact that you are culpable, is unfortunately, although we don't like to hear this in worldly terms, it may be a myth. It may be that you were just part of this hellish realm, the realm of suffering, life in biological terms, where everything is grim. Life eats life. There is competition. There is all these like beastly modes of conduct that cause people to act in ways that you can't but harm somebody, unfortunately. So one has to remember that you were born into this place that made you maybe hurt people here and there. And, the most important thing is to remember you don't want to do that again. to others. You don't want to do it to yourself either. You don't want to come back to this place, this hellish realm. So we'll get a summary then, guys, of that day in particular. It sounds like a rather important one, you know. I do hope you are well. If you are watching, we are reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Okay, right. The 14th day, the final and most intense visionary experiences of the Chonyid Bardo, the Bardo of luminosity of reality appear. Okay, this is what we've just read. The deceased is confronted with a host of powerful, wrathful female deities, 58 blood-drinking goddesses, including 4 doorkeepers, 28 mighty goddesses, and 26 yoginis from all 4 cardinal directions. These deities, though terrifying in form, are once again emanations of the deceased's own mind, arising from the different quarters of the brain. The deities and directions, guys. The 4 female doorkeepers appear from the east, the south, the west, and the north, each with an animal head and ritual objects. The 6 yoginis of the east, for example, the yak-headed, the leopard-headed, the bear-headed. And there's the ones from the south, the bat-headed, the scorpion-headed, the fox-headed. The 6 yoginis of the west, the north, and also the 4 mystic door-keeping yoginis. These were the ones holding various weapons, guarding the boundaries of perception. All these goddesses are manifestations of Ratna Sambhava, okay? One of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, okay? And the central teachings here, guys, all terrifying appearances, including peaceful and wrathful deities, rainbow lights, and even Mahakala, the Lord of Death, are not external realities, but they are projections of one's own intellect. The key to liberation is to recognize all these appearances as thought forms, products of the mind's radiance, not real threats. And there are warnings and encouragement here, guys. If the deceased succumbs to fear, they will not attain liberation and will fall back into samsara, the cycle of rebirth, guys. Even the visions of the Dharma Raja, the terrifying Lord of Death, with all his violent imagery, are also internal projections. The body here, guys, despite the terrifying scenes around, the body cannot be harmed because it is now a mental body, guys. You have no material facet. And you are made of voidness. You are not a substance, okay? So the way to liberation is to have faith, remember the teachings, and recognize the deities as one's tutelary figures, okay? The figures that taught you something, okay, along the way. And also the play of your mind, okay? A powerful prayer is included, calling upon the Buddhas. So we did read that prayer. So the prayer called upon the Buddhas, the tutelary deities, and the Guru for guidance and protection. If one offers this prayer with faith, humility, and undistracted concentration, liberation, that is Buddhahood, in the Sambhogakaya, can be achieved instantly, even despite heavy karma. So even if you've accrued a lot of karma in your lifetime that is bad because you've hurt others, you can still get liberation, guys. If recognition still fails after this stage, the soul is at risk of falling into the 3rd bardo, the Sidpa bardo, the bardo of becoming, which concerns rebirth, and instructions for navigating that final stage will follow soon in the book. So the bottom line here, guys, is this is extremely important. What we've just read there, this is the last chance for liberation before rebirth begins, guys. Everything that appears, no matter how terrifying, is your own mind. And it will be terrifying. And you will feel bad. You will feel guilty. But recognize that you are free and you don't want to go back to the place that caused you to do bad and cause others to suffer, cause things to happen that you don't particularly like. Remember that. So don't be afraid. Be strong. Be self-assured. Confident in your own abilities, love yourself enough not to fall victim to your own doubting, your own lack of belief in yourself, and your own self-loathing. Okay. Bonjour, bonne nuit, Yevon. We are talking about the Tibetan Book of the Dead, brother. Good to have you here. Right. We will go on then, guys. The conclusion, showing the fundamental importance of the Bardo teachings. Okay. Whatever the religious practices of anyone may have been, whether extensive or limited, during the moments of death, various misleading illusions occur. Okay. Hence, this Thodol is indispensable. To those who have meditated much, the real truth dawneth as soon as the body and consciousness principal part. The acquiring of experience while living is important. They who have then recognized the true nature of their own being, and thus have had some experience, obtain great power during the bardo of the moments of death, when the clear light dawneth. Again, the meditation on the deities of the mystic path of the mantra, both in the visualizing and perfecting stages while living, will be of great influence when the peaceful and wrathful visions dawn on the Chonyid Bardo. Thus, the training in this Bardo being of particular importance, even while living, hold to it, read it, commit to it to memory. Bear it to mind properly, read it regularly thrice. Let the words and the meanings be very clear. It should be so that the words and the meanings will not be forgotten, even though 100 executioners were pursuing thee. It is called the Great Liberation by Hearing, because that's what we've just read, guys. Because even those who have committed the 5 boundless sins are sure to be liberated if they hear it by the path of the ear. Therefore, read it in the midst of vast congregations, disseminate it. Through having heard it once, even though one do not comprehend it, it will be remembered in the intermediate state without a word being omitted. For the intellect becometh ninefold more lucid there. Hence it should be proclaimed in the ears of all living person. It should be read over the pillows of all persons who are ill. It should be read at the side of all corpses. It should be spread and broadcast. Those who meet with this doctrine are indeed fortunate, save for them who have accumulated much merit and absolved many obscurations. Difficult is it to meet with it. Even when met with, difficult is it to comprehend it. Liberation will be won through simply not disbelieving it upon hearing it. Therefore, treat this doctrine very dearly. It is the essence of all doctrines. Okay. So the settings face to face while experiencing reality in the intermediate state, called the teaching, which libereth by merely being heard, and which libereth by merely being attached, is finished. That, guys, was the setting face to face. What you read to somebody who is dying or who has just passed away, and what you can read yourself. So perhaps, as it said, even just reading it once is a good idea, in case so that when you do die, you are prepared for what may follow. Right, we'll go on to the book 2 in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Okay, and that is the Sidpa Bardo. This is known as the good head part of that called the profound essence of the liberation by hearing. The reminder, the clear setting face to face in the intermediate state when seeking rebirth. Okay. Right. To the assembled deities, to the tutelaries, to the gurus, humbly is obeisance paid. May liberation in the intermediate state be vouchsafed by them. Okay, introductory verse. Above, in the great Bardo Thodol, the Bardo called Chonyid was taught, and now of the Bardo called Sidpa, the vivid reminder is brought. Okay. So now we're going to read book 2, guys. And I'll just get a brief summary of exactly what book 2 entails, what it means, so that we can be a little bit more clued up. Just bear with me. I'll just take a little sip of drink. Okay, the Sidpa Bardo. This is the Bardo of Rebirth, guys, that we're going to read now. And this is what begins after the visions of peaceful and wrathful deities in what we just read, the Chonyid Bardo, have passed. And this is when the soul has not attained liberation. So basically, if you fail to be liberated and follow the advice of the previous book, the Chonyid Bardo, you won't have been liberated, and you will then be set on the path to being reborn. So here it is, guys. The Sidpa Bardo is the third and final stage of the Bardo journey. It begins after death and the intermediate visionary state, and it leads directly to rebirth. So this phase is governed by karmic propensities. So guys, whatever was unresolved in life now guides the consciousness towards a new existence. The main features of the Sidpa Bardo: the karmic winds begin to stir, guys. Here, the soul is swept along by karmic winds, driven by past actions and attachments. Visions of future parents, wombs, or potential births begin to appear. One is irresistibly drawn to these images unless awareness and spiritual insight intervene. There is the appearance of the Lord of Death, Yama. If fear and confusion persist, the soul may see the terrifying figure of Dharma Raja Yama, the Lord of Death, holding a mirror of karma and a record book. The judgment scene here is a projection of the soul's own conscience and not an external judge. So it is you judging yourself. Then there are the illusions of heaven and hell. Depending on karma, the soul may experience temporary states of bliss, heaven realms, or torment, the hellish visions. Again, all products of one's own mind. And then there will be the searching for a womb. The soul will instinctively seek rebirth, drawn by lust, desire, or attachment. And seeing future parents in union or simply sensing them, it may feel attraction or aversion, which influences the gender of the next birth. Desire leads to the soul to enter a womb, and thus rebirth begins. And the teachings and practice, guys, of this Sidpa Bardo, you need to recognize the Sidpa Bardo still as a dream. Just like the earlier Bardo, the Chonyid Bardo, it is a mental projection. It's just you. And one must recognize it as such, because this allows for lucid awareness. You're not being forced to do anything here, guys. It's down to you, which may still lead to liberation. You might still get a chance to get off the wheel of samsara, okay, here. Or at least a better rebirth. Avoid attachment. The soul is warned not to become attached to any visions, especially to potential parents or pleasurable experiences. Detachment can lead to rebirth in higher realms, or even delay rebirth long enough to reach enlightenment. Choose the right rebirth. If liberation is not achieved, one is encouraged to consciously choose a virtuous and spiritually conducive rebirth. So the core message here, even here in the final moments before rebirth, freedom is still possible. Through awareness, non-attachment, and spiritual memory, one can avoid a lower rebirth, choose a better incarnation, or even attain liberation by recognizing all appearances as illusory. The bottom line is that the Sidpa Bardo is the soul's final opportunity, one last test to break the cycle of samsara. If the soul fails to recognize its own mind's projections once again, it does then re-enter the cycle of birth and death. But even now, with insight and prayer, Buddhahood is within reach. Okay. Above in the great Bardo Thodol, the Bardo called Chonyid was taught, and now of the Bardo called Sidpa, the vivid reminder is brought. The after-death world, guys. Introductory instructions to the officiant. Although heretofore, while in the Chonyid Bardo, many vivid remindings have been given, setting aside those who have had great familiarity with the real truth and those who have had good karma, for them of evil karma who have had no familiarity, and for them of evil karma who, because of the influence thereof, become stricken with fear and terror, recognition is difficult. These go down to the 14th day, and to re-impress them vividly, that which follows is to be read. Okay, so guys, this is the instruction manual for how to navigate the place that is possibly going to cause your rebirth if you're not careful. But you can also escape it by very much reaching within, realizing it's all illusory. And yes, I will be right back, guys. Just give me one moment. We will have to attend to a message on the phone, but it won't take long. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Okay. The Bardo body, its birth and its supernormal faculties. Worship having been offered to the Trinity and the prayer invoking the aid of the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas having been recited, then calling the deceased by name 3 or 7 times, speak thus: O nobly born, listen thou well and bear at heart that birth in the hell world, in the Deva world, and in the Bardo body is of the kind called supernormal birth. Indeed, when thou wert experiencing the radiances of the peaceful and the wrathful in the Chonyid Bardo, being unable to recognize, thou didst faint away through fear about 3½ days after thy decease. And then, when thou wert recovered from the swoon, thy knower must have risen up in its primordial condition, and a radiant body resembling the former body must have sprung forth, as the Tantra says. Having a body seemingly fleshy, resembling the former, and that to be produced, endowed with all sense faculties and power of unimpeded motion, possessing karmic miraculous powers, visible to pure celestial eyes of Bardo beings of like nature. Such then is the teaching that radiant body, thus referred to as resembling the former and that to be produced, meaning that one will have a body just like that of the body of flesh and blood, the former human propensity body, and will also be endowed with certain signs and beauties of perfection, such as beings of high destiny possess. This body, born of desire, is a thought form hallucination in the intermediate state, and it is called desire body. At that time, if thou art to be born as a Deva, that is, visions of the Deva world will appear to thee. Similarly, wherefore, wherever thou art to be born, if as an asura or a human being, or as a brute, or as a preta, or as a being in hell, a vision of the place will appear to thee. Accordingly, the word former in the quotation implieth that prior to the 3½ days, thou wilt have been thinking thou hadst the same sort of a body as the former body of flesh and blood, possessed by thee in the former existence because of habitual propensities. And the word produced is so used because Afterwards, the vision of thy future place of birth will appear to thee. Hence, the expression as a whole, former and that to be produced, refers to these, i.e., the fleshly body just discarded and the fleshly body to be assumed at rebirth. At the time, follow not the visions which appear to thee. Be not attracted, be not weak. If through weakness thou be fond of them, thou wilt have to wander amidst the 6 lokas and suffer pain. Up to the other day, thou wert unable to recognize the Chonyid Bardo, and hast had to wander down this far. Now, if thou art to hold fast to the real truth, thou must allow thy mind to rest undistractedly in the nothing to do, nothing to hold condition of the unobscured, primordial, bright, void state of thine intellect, to which thou hast been introduced by the Guru. Thereby thou wilt obtain liberation, without having to enter the door of the womb. But if thou art unable to know thyself, then whosoever may be thy tutelary, thy deity, and thy Guru, meditate on them in a state of intense fondness and humble trust, as overshadowing the crown of thy head. This is of great importance. Be not distracted. So here are the instructions to the officiant, the person reading, okay, this to the deceased or the person on their deathbed. Thus speak, and if recognition result from that, liberation will be obtained without need of the wandering in the 6 lokas. If, however, through influence of bad karma, recognition is made difficult, thereupon say as follows: O nobly born, again listen. Endowed with all sense faculties and power of unimpeded motion, implieth that although thou mayst have been when living blind of the eye or deaf or lame, yet on this after death plane thine eyes will see forms and thine eyes will hear sounds, and all other sense organs of thine will be unimpaired and very keen and complete. Wherefore the Bardo body hath been spoken of as endowed with all these sense faculties. That condition of existence in which thou thyself now art is an indication that thou art deceased and wandering in the Bardo. Act so as to know this. Remember the teachings. Remember the teachings. O nobly born, unimpeded motion implieth that thy present body being a desire body, thine intellect having been separated from its seat, is not a body of gross matter, so that now thou hast the power to go right through any rock masses, hills, boulders, earth houses, and Mount Meru itself without being impeded. Excepting Buddha Gaya and the mother's womb, even the king of mountains, Mount Meru itself, can be passed through by thee, straightforwards and backwards unimpededly. That too is an indication that thou art wandering in the Sitpa Bardo. So that's one of the indicators, guys, that you're in the Sitpa Bardo. You are able to walk through whatever you want, even though thou appears to have a body. Remember thy guru's teachings and pray to the compassionate Lord. Okay, guys. So we have some comments. Divine Hazel says, hit the like button for D&W. Thank you to you, Divine Hazel, for that. I appreciate it. Yvonne, nice to see you here. And D Prophet says, bless all of you. May the light of our Creator guide your path through this fallen world. Amen, amen. I say unto thee, thank you very much for that profound statement there, D Prophet. We appreciate you. O nobly born, thou art actually endowed with the power of miraculous action, which is not, however, the fruit of any samadhi, but a power come to thee naturally, and therefore it is of the nature of karmic power. Thou art able in a moment to traverse the 4 continents round about Mount Peru, or thou canst instantaneously arrive in whatever place thou wishest. Thou hast the power of reaching there within the time which a man taketh to bend or to stretch forth his hand. These various powers of illusion and of shape-shifting desire not. None is there of such powers which thou mayest desire, which thou canst not exhibit. The ability to exercise them unimpededly existeth in thee now. Know this and pray to the Guru. O nobly born, visible to pure celestial eyes of like nature, implieth that those beings of like nature, being those of similar constitution or level of knowledge in the intermediate state, will individually see other. For example, those beings who are destined to be born amongst devas will see each other, and so on. Dote not on them, seen by thee, but meditate upon the compassionate one. Visible to pure celestial eyes also implieth that the devas, being born pure in virtue of merit, are visible to the pure celestial eyes of those who practice dhyana. These will not see them at all times. When mentally concentrated upon them, they see them when not. They see them not. Sometimes, even when practicing dhyana, they are able to become distracted and not see them. Okay. Right, guys. Will we go and get a little summary of that? I think we will. It's a little bit hefty. It's a little bit dense. It's a little bit, it's a bit overwhelming on first reading. So we will try and get a little bit of more in-depth analysis of it. Okay. So this is the Bardo body, its birth and supernormal faculties. This is what it's talking about it here in this section. So what is the Bardo body? After death and after failing to recognize the peaceful and wrathful deities in the Chonyad Bardo as merely part of your own self-intellect, your consciousness will enter the Sidpa Bardo with a Bardo body, also called the desire body. This is a radiant, subtle form, not made of physical matter, but shaped by habitual tendencies and karmic impressions. Okay. Right. So the key characteristics of one's Bardo body: it's a supernormal birth. The Bardo body arises spontaneously from karma and desire. It resembles both the past life's body and the future birth's body. The supernormal birth is not limited to human form. It could lead to any of the 6 realms: gods, humans, animals, etc., depending on karma. Okay, it's a fully functional and enhanced. It's got fully functional and enhanced senses. Okay, even if the person had physical disabilities in life, the Bardo body has perfect senses: vision, hearing, and perception are all extremely sharp. It is unimpeded by matter and can move through walls, mountains, or even the earth itself. It's got miraculous abilities, and it's karmic. It's not enlightened powers here. It can instantly travel anywhere, even around the world or to celestial realms. It's capable of shape-shifting and manifesting illusions. And these abilities arise naturally from karmic energy, not from spiritual attainment, and should not be clung to or desired. Okay. There is a mutual visibility. Beings in the Bardo with similar karmic destinies can see one another. This mutual perception is limited. Pure beings like meditators or devas may only be seen under focused concentration. And there is a spiritual guidance for the deceased then. Do not get attached to visions, powers, or other Bardo beings. They can pull you into rebirth. Remain undistracted and rest your mind in the primordial void state taught by your guru. If you cannot recognize the nature of mind, visualize and pray to your tutelary deity and guru, imagining them above your head. Do not forget the teachings. Recognition at this stage can lead to the liberation without rebirth. And the bottom line here is the Bardo body is powerful but deceptive. It reflects your karma, not your true nature. Recognize it as illusory. Stay grounded in the teachings and do not fall into desire or fear. With mindfulness and devotion, freedom is still possible, even now. Okay, well, that's good to know. Right, the characteristics of existence in the intermediate state. Oh, nobly born, the possessor of that sort of body will see places familiarly known on the earth plane, and relatives there as one seeth another in dreams. So you'll fly around basically to places that you were in life, and you'll see your relatives as if you were in a dream. And thou will seest relatives and connections and speakest to them, but receivest no reply. So they won't be able to see you, by the sounds of it. Then seeing them and thy family weeping, thou thinkest, I am dead. What shall I do? And feelest great misery, just like a fish cast out of water on red-hot embers. Such misery thou wilt be experiencing at present, but feeling miserable will avail thee nothing now. If thou hast a divine guru, pray to him. Pray to the tutelary deity, the compassionate one. Even though thou feelest attachment for thy relatives and connections, it will do thee no good, so be not attached. Pray to the compassionate Lord. Thou shalt have naught or sorrow, or of terror, or of awe. O nobly born, when thou art driven hither and thither by the ever-moving wind of karma, thine intellect having no object upon which to rest, will be like a feather tossed around by the wind, riding on the horse of breath. Ceaselessly and involuntarily wilt thou be wandering about. To all those who are weeping, thou wilt say, Here I am, weep not. But they not hearing thee, thou wilt think, I am dead. And again, at that time, thou wilt be feeling very miserable. Be not miserable in that way. There will be a grey twilight-like light, both by night and by day, and at all times. In that kind of intermediate state, thou wilt be either for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 weeks until the 49th day. So you're here for a long time, guys. It have been said that ordinarily the miseries of the Sidpar Bardo are experienced for about 22 days, but because of the determining influence of karma, a fixed period is not assured. So there's no, guaranteed period. O nobly born, at about that time, the fierce wind of karma, terrific and hard to endure, will drive thee onwards from behind in dreadful gusts. Fear it not. That is thine own illusion. Thick, awesome darkness will appear in front of thee continually, from the midst of which there will come such terror, producing utterances as strike, slay, and similar threats. Fear these not. In other cases of persons of much evil karma, karmically produce flesh-eating rakshasas or demons bearing various weapons will utter, strike, slay, and so on, making a frightful tumult. They will come upon thee as if competing amongst themselves as to which of them should get a hold of one. Apparitional illusions, too, of being pursued by various terrible beasts of prey will dawn. Snow, rain, darkness, fierce blasts of wind, and hallucinations of being pursued by many people likewise will come, and sounds as of mountains crumbling down, and of angry overflowing seas, and of the roaring of fire, and of the fierce winds springing up. When these sounds come, one, being terrified by them, will flee before them in every direction, not caring whither one fleeth. But the way will be obstructed by 3 awful precipices, white and black and red. They will be terror-inspiring and deep, and one will feel as if one were about to fall down them. O nobly born, they are not really precipices. They are anger, lust, and stupidity. Know at that time that it is the Sidpa Bardo in which thou art. invoking by name the compassionate one, pray earnestly thus, O compassionate Lord and my Guru, and the precious Trinity, suffer it not that I, so and so by name, fall into the unhappy worlds. Act so as to forget this not. Others who have accumulated merit and devoted themselves sincerely to religion will experience various delightful pleasures and happiness and ease in full measure. But that class of neutral beings who have neither earned merit nor created bad karma will experience neither pleasure nor pain, but a sort of colorless stupidity of indifference. O nobly born, whatever cometh in that manner, whatever delightful pleasures thou mayst experience, be not attracted by them. Dote not on them. Think, may the Guru and the Trinity be worshipped with these merit-given delights. Abandon all dotings and hankerings. Even though thou dost not experience pleasure or pain, but only indifference, keep thine intellect in the undistracted state of meditation upon the great symbol. Without thinking, thou art meditating. This is of vast importance. O nobly born, at that time at bridgeheads in temples by stupas of 8 kinds, thou wilt rest a little while, but thou wilt not be able to remain there very long, for thine intellect hath been separated from thine earth-plane body. Because of this inability to loiter, thou ofttimes will feel perturbed and vexed and panic-stricken. At times thy knower will be dim, at times fleeting and incoherent. Thereupon this thought will occur to thee, alas, I am dead. What shall I do? And because of such thought, the knower will become saddened and the heart chilled. And thou wilt experience infinite misery of sorrow, since thou canst not rest in any one place and feel impelled to go on. Think not of various things, but allow the intellect to abide in its own unmodified state. As to food, only that which hath been dedicated to thee can be partaken of by thee, and no other food. As to friends at this time, there will be no certainty. These are the indications of the wandering about on the Sidpa Bardo of the mental body. At the time, happiness and misery will depend upon karma. Thou wilt see thine own home, the attendants, relatives, and the corpse, and think, now I am dead. What shall I do? And being oppressed with intense sorrow, the thought will occur to thee, oh, what would I not give to possess a body? And so thinking, thou wilt be wandering hither and thither, seeking a body. Even though thou couldst enter the dead body 9 times over, owing to the long interval which thou hast passed in the Chonyad Bardo, it will have been frozen if in winter, being decomposed if in summer, or otherwise. Thy relatives will have cremated it, or interred it, or thrown it into the water, or given it to the birds and the beasts of prey. Wherefore, finding no place for thyself to enter into, thou wilt be dissatisfied, and have the sensation of being squeezed into cracks and crevices amidst rocks and boulders. The experiencing of this sort of misery occurs in the intermediate state when seeking rebirth. Even though thou seekest a body, thou wilt gain nothing but trouble. Put aside the desire for a body and permit thy mind to abide in the state of resignation, and act so as to abide therein. By thus being set face to face, one obtaineth liberation from the bardo. Okay, guys. We'll go on then and we will read the next section, which is the judgment. Here we go. Some comments. Okay. The judgment, instructions to the officiant. Yet again, it may be possible that because of the influence of bad karma, one will not recognize even thus. Therefore, call the deceased by name and speak as follows. O nobly born, so-and-so, listen, thou art suffering, so cometh from thine own karma. It is not due to anyone else's. It is by thine own karma. Accordingly, pray earnestly to the precious Trinity that will protect thee. If thou neither prayest nor knowest how to meditate upon the great symbol, nor upon any tutelary deity, the good genius who was born simultaneously with thee will come now and count out thy goods deeds with white pebbles. And the evil genius who was born simultaneously with thee will come and count out thy evil deeds with black pebbles. Thereupon thou wilt be greatly frightened, awed, and terrified, and will tremble. And thou wilt attempt to tell lies, saying, I have not committed any evil deed. Then the Lord of Death will say, I will consult the mirror of karma. In so saying, he will look in the mirror, wherein every good and evil act is vividly reflected. Lying will be of no avail. Then one of the executive furies of the Lord of Death will place around thy neck a rope and drag thee along. He will cut off thy head, extract thy heart, pull out thy intestines, lick up thy brain, drink thy blood, eat thy flesh, gnaw thy bones, but thou wilt be incapable of dying. Although thy body be hacked to pieces, it will revive again. The repeated hackings will at this time cause intense pain and torture. Even at the time that the pebbles are being counted out, be not frightened, not terrified, tell no lies, and fear not the Lord of the Death. The body, being a mental body, is incapable of dying, even though beheaded and quartered. In reality, thy body is of the nature of voidness. Thou needest not be afraid. The lords of death are thine own hallucinations. Thy desire body is of a body of propensities and void. Voidness cannot injure voidness. The quality less cannot injure the quality less. Apart from one's own hallucinations, in reality, there are no such things existing outside oneself as Lord of Death, or God, or Demon, or the bull-headed spirit of death. Act so as to recognize this. At this time, act so as to recognize that thou art in the Bardo. Meditate upon the samadhi of the great symbol. If thou dost not know how to meditate, then merely analyze with care the real nature of that which is frightening thee. In reality, it is not formed into anything, but is a voidness which is the Dharmakaya. The voidness is not of the nature of the voidness of nothingness, but a voidness at the true nature of which thou feelest awed, and before which thine intellect shineth clearly and more lucidly. That is the state of mind of the Sambhogakaya. In that state wherein thou art existing, there is being experienced by thee in an unbearable intensity, voidness and brightness inseparable. And the voidness are bright by nature, and the brightness by nature void. And the brightness inseparable from the voidness. A state of the primordial or unmodified intellect, which is the Adhikaya. And the power of this shining unobstructedly will radiate everywhere. It is the Nirmanakaya. O nobly born, listen unto me undistractedly. By merely recognizing the four kayas, thou art certain to obtain perfect emancipation in any of them. Be not distracted. The line of demarcation between Buddhas and sentient beings lieth herein. This moment is one of great importance. If thou shouldst be distracted now, it will require innumerable aeons of time for thee to come out of the quagmire of misery. A saying, the truth of which is applicable is, in a moment of time, a marked differentiation is created. In a moment of time, perfect enlightenment is obtained. Till the moment which hath passed, all this Bardo hath been drawing upon thee, and yet thou hast not recognized because of being distracted. On this account, thou hast experienced all the fear and terror. Shouldst thou become distracted now, the cords of divine compassion of the compassionate eyes will break, and thou wilt go into the place from which there is no immediate liberation. Therefore be very careful, even though thou hast not recognized ere this. Despite thus being set face to face, thou wilt recognize and obtain liberation here. So here are the instructions to the officiant. If it be an illiterate boor who knoweth not how to meditate, then say this: O nobly born, if thou knowest not how to meditate, act so as to remember the compassionate one, and the Sangha, and the Dharma, and the Buddha, and pray. Think of all these fears and terrifying apparitions as being thine own tutelary deity, or as the compassionate one. Bring to thy recollection the mystic name that hath been given thee at the time of thy sacred initiation, when thou wert a human being, and the name of thy guru, and tell them to the righteous king of the lords of death, even though thou fallest down precipices, thou wilt not be hurt. Avoid awe and terror. There we go. Okay, we'll keep going. The all-determining influence of thought. Instructions to the officiant. Say that for such setting face to face, despite the previous non-liberation, liberation ought surely to be obtained here. Possible, however, liberation may not be obtained. Even after that setting face to face and earnest and continued application being essential, again, calling the deceased by name, speak as follows: O nobly born, thy immediate experiences will be of momentary joys, followed by momentary sorrows of great intensity. Like the taut and relaxed mechanical actions of catapults, be not in the least attached to the joys, nor displeased by the sorrows of that. If thou art to be born on a higher plane, the vision of that higher plane will be dawning upon thee. Thy living relatives may, by way of dedication for the benefit of the deceased, be sacrificing many animals and performing religious ceremonies and giving alms. Thou, because of thy vision not being purified, mayst be inclined to grow very angry at their actions and bring about at this moment thy birth in hell. Whatever those left behind thee may be doing, act thou so that no angry thought can arise in thee, and meditate upon love for them. Furthermore, even if thou feelest attached to the worldly goods thou hast left behind, or because of seeing such worldly goods of thine in the possession of other people and being enjoyed by them, thou shouldst feel attached to them through weakness, or feel angry with thy successors, that feeling will affect their psychological moment in such a way that even though thou wert destined to be born on the higher and happier planes, thou wilt be obliged to be born in hell, or in the world of pretes, or unhappy ghosts. On the other hand, if thou art attached to worldly goods left behind, thou wilt not be able to possess them, and they will be of no use to thee. Therefore, abandon weakness and attachment for them. Cast them away wholly. Renounce them from thy heart, no matter who may be enjoying the worldly goods, having no feelings of miserliness, but be prepared to renounce them willingly. Think that thou art offering them to the precious Trinity and to thy Guru, and abide in the feeling of unattachment, devoid of weakness of desire. Again, when any recitation of Kamkani mantra is being made on thy behalf as a funeral rite, or when any rite for the absolving of bad karma liable to bring about thy birth in lower regions has been performed for thee, the sight of their being conducted in an incorrect way, mixed up with sleep and distraction and non-observance of the vows and lack of purity on the part of any officiant, and such things indicating levity, all of which thou wilt be able to see because thou art endowed with limited karmic power of presence. Thou mayest feel a lack of faith and entire disbelief in thy religion. Thou wilt be able to apprehend any fear and fright, any black notions, irreligious conduct, and incorrectly recited rituals. In thy mind thou mayest think, alas, thy are indeed playing me false. Thinking thus, thou wilt be extremely depressed, and through great resentment thou wilt acquire disbelief and loss of faith instead of affection and humble trustfulness. This affecting the psychological moment, thou wilt be certain to be born in one of the miserable states. Such thoughts will not only be of no use to thee, but will do thee great harm. However incorrect the ritual and improper conduct of the priest performing thy funeral rites, think, what? Mine own thoughts must be impure. How can it be possible that the words of the Buddha should be incorrect? It is like the reflection of the blemishes of mine own face, which I see in a mirror. Mine own thoughts must indeed be impure. As for these, that is the priests, the Sangha is their body, the Dharma their utterance, and in their mind they are the Buddha in reality. I will take refuge in them. Thus thinking, put thy trust in them and exercise sincere love towards them. Then whatever is done for thee by those left behind will truly tend to thy benefit. Therefore, the exercise of that love is of much importance. Do not forget this. Again, even if thou wert to be born in one of the miserable states, and the light of that miserable state shone upon thee, yet by the successors and relatives performing white religious rites unmixed with evil actions, and the abbots and the learned priests devoting themselves, body, speech, and mind, to the performance of the correct, meritorious rituals, the delight from thy feeling greatly cheered at seeing them will, by its own virtue, so affect the psychological moment that even though thou deservest a birth in the unhappy states, there will be brought about thy birth on a higher and happier plane. Therefore, thou shouldst not create impious thoughts, but exercise pure affection and humble faith towards all impartiality. This is highly important. Hence, be extremely careful. O nobly born, to sum up thy present intellect in the intermediate state, having no firm object whereon to depend, being of little weight and continuously in motion, whatever thought occurred to thee now, be it pious or impious, will we great power. Therefore, think not in thy mind of impious things, but recall any devotional exercises. Or if thou wert unaccustomed to any such exercises, show forth pure affection and humble faith. Pray to the Compassionate One or to thy tutelary deities with full resolve, and utter this prayer. Alas, while wandering alone, separated from loving friends, when the vacuous reflected boy of mine own mental ideas dawneth upon me, may the Buddhas, vouchsafing their power of compassion, grant that there shall be no fear, awe, or terror in the Bardo. When experiencing miseries through the power of evil karma, may the tutelary deities dispel the miseries. When the thousand thunders of the sound of reality reverberate, may they all be sounds of the 6 syllables. When the karma follows without there being any protector, may the Compassionate One protect me, I pray. When experiencing the sorrows of karmic propensities here, may the radiance of the happy clear light of Samadhi shine upon me. Earnest prayer in this form will be sure to guide thee along. Thou mayest rest assured that thou wilt not be deceived. Of great importance is this. Thou, through that being recited, again, recollection cometh, and recognition, liberation will be received. Okay. Is anybody there? If you're there, say hello in chat. I do hope you're well. A little break, and we will continue reading them. Be right back.
Winds of silence blow through my soul, Paths unknown begin to unfold. Shadows whisper truths untold. In this void I find my road. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Mountains crumble, ashes rain. Stillness speaks through joy and pain. Climbing higher, I'll shed my chain, till only the essence will remain. Through the veil, the visions spin. Wheels of karma turn within. Breath by breath, I start again, melting in the eternal skin. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Heart to sky and dust to cloud, rising where no end is found. Silence hums its endless sound, in the void my soul is bound.
I'm back.
Heart to sky and dust to.
Right, we keep going. The dawning of the light of the six locusts. I'm just going to look up exactly what the hell that means and get back to you. Just one moment. The dawning of the lights of the six locusts in the Tibetan Book of the Dead refers to the appearance of the visions of the six realms of existence, the six lokas, which the consciousness of the deceased begins to perceive during the Sidpa Bardo. This is the Bardo of rebirth, the Bardo of becoming. Sorry. So what are the six lokas? These are the realms, guys. The six realms of existence. Okay, so these are six possible destinations of rebirth depending on the individual's karma. So you've got the six lokas. Number one, the first one is the Deva realm, or Deva. I say Deva, D-E-V-A. Okay, Deva realm, Deva realm. This is the realm of the gods. It's a realm of bliss, luxury, and pride. Then there is the Azura realm. This is the realm of jealous gods or titans. It's a state of envy, ambition, and conflict. Then there is the human realm. This is a mixture of pleasure and suffering. The best place for attaining enlightenment, actually, because you get a mixture of experiences. Then there is the animal realm. This is a place marked by ignorance, instinct, and servitude. Then there is the Preta realm, which is the hungry ghost realm. This is filled with insatiable desire and suffering from lack, from absence, from an absence of some form. And then there is, unfortunately, the hell realm, a place full of states of intense anger, hatred, and torment. So what does the dawning of the lights of the six lokas mean? Because that's what we're about to read. In the Bardo, as the consciousness nears rebirth, it begins to see colored lights and visions associated with each of these realms. Each light corresponds to specific loka, and the soul is drawn towards the realm that matches its karmic tendencies. Okay. Spiritual meaning and warning, then, guys. These lights are tests and turning points. Being attracted to a light signifies karmic attachment to that realm. And if the soul follows it, it may be reborn there. If the soul recognizes the lights as projections of its own mind, liberation is still possible. So the ideal response is, as always, to remain calm, unattached, and focused on the clear light or the tutelary deity, rather than chasing after the colored lights of the six lokas. The bottom light, then, is the dawning of the lights of the six lokas is a moment of karmic choice. You see the paths of possible rebirth, but if you have awareness, you can resist their pull and instead awaken to your true nature. Okay, so we'll go ahead and read the dawning of the lights of the six lokas. Instructions to the officiant, or the person reading to the dead person or the person on their deathbed. Yet, though this instruction be so oft repeated, if recognition be difficult because of the influence of evil karma, much benefit will come from repeating these settings face to face many times over. Once more, then, call the deceased by name and speak as follows. Okay. O nobly born, if thou hast been unable to apprehend the above, henceforth the body of the past life will become more and more dim, and the body of the new life will become more and more clear. Saddened at this, thou wilt think, oh, what misery I am undergoing. Now, whatever body I am to get, I shall go and seek it. So, thinking thou wilt be going hither and thither ceaselessly and distractedly, then there will shine upon thee the lights of the six samsaric lokas, the light of that place wherein thou art to be born, through the power of karma, and it will shine most prominently. O nobly born, listen. If thou desirest to know what those six lights are, there will shine upon thee a dull white light from the Deva world, a dull green light from the Asura world, a dull yellow light from the human world, a dull blue light from the brute world, a dull red light from the Preta world, and a smoke-colored light from the hell world. At that time, by the power of karma, thine own body will partake of the color of the light of the place wherein thou art to be born. O nobly born, the special art of these teachings is especially important at this moment. Whichever light shineth upon thee now, meditate upon it as being the compassionate one. From whatever place the light cometh, consider that place to be or to exist in the compassionate one. This is an exceedingly profound art. It will prevent rebirth. Or whoever thy tutelary deity may be, meditate upon the form for much time as being apparent yet non-existent in reality, like a form produced by a magician. That is called the pure illusory form. Then let the visualization of the tutelary deity melt away from the extremities till nothing at all remaineth visible of it, and put thyself in the state of the clearness and the voidness which thou canst not conceive as something, and abide in that state for a little while. Again meditate upon the tutelary deity, again meditate upon the clear light. Do this alternately. Afterwards allow thine own intellect also to melt away gradually, beginning from the extremities. Wherever the consciousness pervadeth. Wherever consciousness pervadeth, the Dharmakaya pervadeth. Abide tranquilly in the uncreated state of the Dharmakaya. In that state, birth will be obstructed and perfect enlightenment gained. Okay, I'm going to look up the Dharmakaya because we hear that a lot. So we'll have to look that up, guys, and remind ourselves what it means. We'll also look up what the colors of the light means and how one should respond to them. Okay. So the lights of the six lokas, the realms. In the Sipra Bardo, the soul begins to see colored lights, each representing one of the 6 realms of rebirth. These lights can be liberating or misleading depending on how the soul reacts. Here's a breakdown of each realm's light and what it represents. The Deva realm, or the God's realm, the color of the light is white. It's got the karmic emotion of pride and complacency. The danger is to be attracted by bliss, or, and one will miss liberation as a result. You won't be liberated. So recognize it as an illusion and avoid attachment. Okay. Then there is the Azura realm, the jealous god's realm. This light is green light. It's the color of jealousy and envy. The danger is to be drawn to conflict and power. Okay. And also to obviously miss liberation. So the liberating option is to let go of competition and ego. See them as illusions. The next realm is the human realm, and it's a blue light, and it's got the karmic emotion of desire and attachment. The danger is here, guys, it feels familiar and tempting. It's what you know. So, we do tend to gravitate towards what we know, and that will cause you to be reborn. So remain detached and seek clarity. That is the advice. The animal realm, then, that color is yellow, the yellow light. And the karmic emotion here is ignorance and dullness. And the danger is to be drawn to comfort and dullness. So to be in your comfort zone, to be in a place where, you don't have to try too much, or you don't have to, try and transcend, you can take the easy route, perhaps. That is the danger, if that is tempting for you, recognize that light as a trap. Otherwise, you could be reborn as an animal. And who knows how long you'll be in that realm for. Then there's the Preta, the Hungry Ghosts realm. And this is demonstrated by a red light, okay? And the karmic emotion here, guys, is greed and craving. So the danger here is you will be overwhelmed by an insatiable desire, a hole that needs to be filled. You will want more and more. You can't have enough. So the way to be liberated here is to avoid being pulled in by this hunger, this thirst, this desire to perhaps build an empire even. And then there is the hell realm. That realm is depicted with a smoky dark light, okay, and it's got the emotions, the karmic emotions that are attached here are hatred and aggression, okay. So fear and anger draw you in. Whatever it is may enlighten in you a desire for retribution, a desire to hurt, for whatever reason. And also maybe even a fear of something. But do not react with aversion. Do not flinch. Stand your ground. See it for what it is. Do not go towards it. Okay? Do not fear is the most important message. So important then, guys. The brighter, clearer wisdom light representing liberation appears alongside these realm lights, but many are afraid of it because it's intense and unfamiliar. The softer, duller lights of the realms feel more comfortable, but they lead to rebirth. I suppose there's an element of unworthiness as well, self-loathing, not feeling like one is worthy of the clearer, brighter light. So what is the Dharmakaya, guys? The Dharmakaya means truth body or body of reality. It's one of the 3 bodies of the Trikaya, or a fully enlightened Buddha, okay? So the 3 kayas, guys, the bodies of the Buddha, are the Dharmakaya, which is pure being, absolute truth. The formless, limitless essence of the Buddha, beyond all dualities and concepts, pure awareness, the ultimate nature of reality, associated with the clear light of the Bardo and voidness. Then we have the Sambhogya Kaya, which is the enjoyment body, This luminous divine form seen by bodhisattvas in meditation or after death. This is the form of the tutelary deities like the Vajrasattva or the Haruka. And then you have the Nirvana Kaya, the emanation body, the physical manifestation of a Buddha, like Gautama Buddha in the world, appears to ordinary beings to teach and guide. So some kind of Buddha guru that appears to you. In the Bardo, recognizing the Dharmakaya as pure, formless radiance as your own true nature is the highest path to liberation. In short, the colored lights represent karmic realms. They feel familiar, but they're still traps unless recognized as merely illusions of your own intellect. The Dharmakaya is your true luminous nature, the clear light. Recognizing it is like walking from a dream into enlightenment. Okay. We'll go onwards and we'll keep reading. Part 3, we're going into the process of rebirth here, guys. So instructions to the officiant, okay? Again, if through great weakness in devotions and lack of familiarity, one be not able to understand, illusion may overcome one, and one will wander to the doors of wombs. The instructions for the closing of the womb doors becometh very important. So even at this stage, it seems that you can still do something. Call the deceased by name and say this. Sorry, just sending a good night message to someone. 1 second. Okay, say this. O nobly born, if thou hast not understood the above at this moment through the influence of karma, thou wilt have the impression that thou art either ascending or moving along on a level or going downwards. Thereupon, meditate upon the compassionate one. Remember, then, as said above, gusts of winds and icy blasts, hailstorms and darkness, and the impression of being pursued by many people will come upon thee. On fleeing from these hallucinations, those who are unendowed with meritorious karma will have the impression of fleeing into places of misery. Those who are endowed with meritorious karma will have the impression of arriving in places of happiness. Thereupon, O nobly born, in whatever continent or place thou art to be born, the signs of that birthplace will shine upon thee. Then, for this moment, there are several vital, profound teachings. Listen undistractedly. Even though thou hast not apprehended, thou hast not apprehended by the above settings face to face here, thou wilt, because even those who are very weak in devotions will recognize the signs. Therefore, listen. So here are the instructions to the officiant. Now it is very important to employ the methods of closing the womb door. Wherefore, it is necessary to exercise the utmost care. There are 2 chief ways of closing or preventing the being who would enter from entering, and closing the womb door which might be entered. So a method of preventing entry into a womb. Hello to brother question mark. Question mark is here. Good to have you here, brother. Thank you very much. Yevon says, run a mile. If no sleep, run 100. LOL. Yeah. Method of preventing entry into a womb. The instructions for preventing the being from entering are thus. O nobly born, and so by name, whoever so may have been thy tutelary deity, tranquilly meditate upon him, as upon the reflection of the moon in water, apparent yet not non-existent as a moon, like a magically produced illusion. If thou hast no special tutelary, meditate either upon the compassionate Lord or upon me, and with this in mind, meditate tranquilly. then causing the visualized form of the tutelary deity to melt away from the extremities. Meditate without any thought forming upon the vacuous clear light. This is a very profound art in virtue of it. A womb is not entered. So the first method then of closing the womb door. Remember, guys, this is the final stage. If you fail here, you will come back into samsara. You will not escape. You will be born again. So this is the last chance saloon. The saloon doors are the womb doors. And yeah, it's up to you, really, it seems. In that manner, meditate, but even though this be found inadequate to prevent thee from entering into a womb, and if thou findest thyself ready to enter into one, then there is the profound teaching for closing the womb door. Listen thou unto it. When at this time, alas, the Sitpa Bardo is dawning upon oneself, holding in mind one single resolution, persist in joining up the chain of good karma. Close up the womb door and remember the opposition. This is a time when earnestness and pure love are necessary. Abandon jealousy and meditate upon the Guru, Father, Mother. Repeat this from thine own mouth distinctly and remember its meaning vividly and meditate upon it. The putting of this into practice is essential. The significance of the above teaching. When at this time the Sitpa Bardo is dawning upon me or upon oneself, is that now thou art wandering into the Sitpa Bardo. As a sign of this, if thou lookest into the water or into mirrors, thou wilt see no reflection of thy face or body, nor doth thy body cast any shadow. Thou hast discarded now the gross material body of flesh and blood. These are the indications that thou art wandering about in the Sitpa Bardo. So at this time, thou must form without distraction one single resolve in thy mind. The forming of one single resolve is very important now. It is like directing the course of a horse by the use of the reins. Whatever thou desirest will come to pass. Think not upon evil actions which might turn the course of thy mind. Remember thy spiritual relationship with the reader of this Bardo Thodol, or with anyone from whom thou hast received teachings, initiation, or spiritual authorization for reading religious texts while in the human world, and persevere in going on with good acts. This is very essential. Be not distracted. The boundary line between going upwards or going downwards is here now. If thou givest way to indecision for even a second, thou wilt have to suffer misery for a long, long time. This is the moment. Hold fast to one single purpose. Persistently join up the chain of good acts. Thou hast come now to the time of closing the womb door. This is a time when earnestness and pure love are necessary, which implieth that now the time hath come when, first of all, the womb door should be closed. There being 5 methods of closing. Bear this well at heart. That's the first method of closing the womb door. Now, we will have a quick read of what that actually means. 1 second, guys. We will be right back with a summary. And then we'll move on to the second method. Okay. So, okay, the first method of closing the womb door from the Tibetan Book of the Dead. This method is used when the soul is on the verge of rebirth in the Sitpa Bardo, especially if it's being drawn towards entering a womb. It's a spiritual technique to resist reincarnation and attain liberation. So recognize the Bardo state. Signs include not casting a shadow and not seeing your reflection, confirming you are in the Siddha Bardo. Form one single resolve. Focus the mind sharply on one pure spiritual intention. This resolve is like holding the reins of a horse. It directs your path. Avoid evil thoughts. Don't allow harmful intentions or desires to arise. They can steer you towards lower rebirth. Recall spiritual connections. Remember your guru or anyone from whom you've received teachings. This remembrance strengthens your connection to positive karma. Continue good deeds. Join the chain of good karma. This is a critical moment. Even a brief distraction could result in falling into rebirth. Recite and meditate on the verse. A key mantra or verse is given to recite aloud and contemplate deeply. It includes themes of love, non-jealousy, and devotion to the Guru, Father, Mother. Okay, so we heard the verse. If you want, you can look it up. It's the first method of closing the womb doors to, last chance saloon of preventing rebirth. The bottom line then, guys, is this is a crucial moment before rebirth. Intense focus, loving devotion, and spiritual remembrance can help you close the womb door, stop the cycle of rebirth, and move towards liberation instead. Okay. Right. We will go onwards. The second method of closing the womb door. O nobly born, at this time thou wilt seest visions of males and females in union. When thou seest them, remember to withhold thyself from going between them. Regarding the father and mother as thy guru and the divine mother, meditate upon them and bow down. Humbly exercise thy faith. Offer up mental worship with great fervency, and resolve that thou wilt request of them religious guidance. By that resolution alone, the womb ought certainly to be closed, but if not closed even by that, and thou findest thyself ready to enter into it, meditate upon the divine guru, father, mother, as upon any tutelary deity, or upon the compassion tutelary and the Shakti, and meditating upon them, worship them with mental offerings. Resolve earnestly that thou wilt request of them a boon. By this, the womb door ought to be closed. Okay, that's a second method. Okay, of closing the womb door. Okay, 1 second now, guys. Da-dee-dee. The second method of closing the womb door. Basically, when you perceive visions of beings in union, symbolizing potential rebirth, consciously refrain from entering, from taking birth again. Regard the father and mother figures you see as your guru and divine mother teaching you. Engage in heartfelt mental worship of them. Meditate, bow down, and place your faith in their compassion. Firmly resolve to seek their spiritual guidance. This earnest intention should alone close the womb door. In that resolve, it still leaves you that if that resolve still leaves you tempted towards rebirth, deepen your practice by meditating on the compassionate tutelary Shakti, or on your divine guru, father, mother as a tutelary deity. Offer them mental offerings with unwavering devotion, requesting a boon from them. Through this focus, worship, and earnest petition, the door of rebirth is firmly shut. Okay. The compassionate tutelary that we hear here, guys, the Shakti, So yes, a tutelary, as we've been reading, is a guardian or protective deity whom you invoke for guidance and aid. The Shakti, though, guys, is the divine, feminine divine energy or power. So in Tibetan practice, it's often personified as a goddess of compassion, for example, Tara. Meditating on the compassionate tutelary, okay, the Shakti, means visualizing that enlightened, caring deity as your protector and turning your mind to her warm, guiding presence. And then there's the divine guru, father, mother as a tutelary deity. Here, the divine guru, father, mother is the union of wisdom, father, and method of compassion, mother, the fundamental principles of awakening personified. Treating them as a tutelary deity means you concentrate your mind on them in the same way you would on a guardian deity, visualizing their form, qualities, and your intimate connection with them as your spiritual mentor. And then we have the mental offerings. These are purely mind-made breads, flowers, lights, insects, etc. Visualize tokens of respect and devotion. Offering them mentally signifies that all external actions are subsumed into a heartfelt inner gesture of homage. Okay. Then there's it did talk of unwavering devotion and requesting a boon. What does that mean? So basically, you summon a single pointed faith and earnest aspiration. Requesting a boon basically means making a sincere inner plea for protection from the protection and for liberation from the cyclic existence. Okay, for guidance, whatever gift your mind truly needs at that moment. And the door to rebirth here, or the womb door, we know what that means. Okay, metaphorically, this is the point of transition at death when, if unrestrained, consciousness gravitates towards a new birth. Okay, closing that door means stabilizing your mind on liberation so that instead of being pulled towards another lifetime, your awareness remains in the liberating presence of the deity or guru. Okay, so put together, the instructing is just, if mere intention to seek guidance doesn't hold you back from rebirth, then invoke your chosen tutelary or Shakti or guru parents. Offer everything mentally and with deep faith ask them for a blessing, boon, of remaining free. That focused devotional act shuts the conceptual gateway to another rebirth. Okay. If you say so, thank you very much. Okay, the third method of closing the door. How many methods? I think there's 5. Yes. Guys, will we leave it there for the night? I think we'll go to the third method another time. We'll leave it there. I think we've done enough. And we'll read the rest maybe Monday. Maybe tomorrow night. Sorry, Tuesday. It's a bank holiday Monday here tonight. Well, it was. It's now Tuesday morning. So if you want to come on quickly and have a quick chat, please do. I will pop the link now in the chat. And do feel free to come on and talk about whatever it is thou feeleth the need to talk. Okay, so I'll just send the link right now. Link is in chat, guys. You are welcome to come on at this stage and speak. So please feel free to do so. And that would be nice. Da da da. Right. I do hope you're well. What's occurring? Pope Francis, was it Pope Francis? The Pope died, Monday, Easter Monday. He seemed like a nice guy, actually, in many ways. Wasn't a bad fella. Quite a progressive Pope, it would appear. He did have a lot of charisma, definitely. So rest in peace, Mr. Pope. Yeah. Okay, so where are we, guys? We are waiting for somebody to come. If anybody wants to come. Right. The link is in chat. If you want to come on, please do. Yeah. I'll do a little wait for participants. Or we'll wait for participants. If none show, we will end the show. If none turn up, we will end the show. That's okay. So click the link in chat if you want to come on and say hello to everybody. And say whatever it is you're feeling. I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be about the Tibetan Book of the Dead, but it would be nice if anything perhaps was stirred in your mind by the words we read tonight. Did it conjure up any imagery or any thoughts as to what is going on in this reality? Do you have any belief in it or hesitations, or do you think it's a load of codswallop? Do let us know. So we will wait patiently for somebody to come on and speak, I suppose. Yeah, why not?
Winds of silence blow through my soul. Paths unknown begin to unfold. Shadows whisper truths untold. In this void I find my role. Oh, spirits guide me through the stream. Life and death are but a dream. Bardo's echo rides the beam, flowing through the cosmic theme. Mountains crumble, ashes rain. Stillness beats through joy and pain. Climbing higher, I'll shed my chain.
Hello to Mr. Vitalist. I'm just going to get rid of that banner. How are you, sir?
I am well today, DNW. How are you this evening?
Yeah, I'm not too bad at all. Thank you very much. I see that His Holiness, the Pope, died, and I believe...
Hey, man. It's a bit of a mess down there. I'm like rearranging, so don't worry about it. Sounds good. Sorry about that, man. What are you saying?
I was just saying, I heard the Pope died, and I heard that your leader is coming over this side of the world to pay his respects. So,
my leader, Benjamin Netanyahu. Who are you talking
about? Well, your puppet president, your puppet state president. Yeah. So Donald is coming over, and I believe Vance was the last man that met him, or the last, politician that met him. So be careful, guys. If you ever see that guy, walk the other way. It might be a bit of a bad omen. But yeah, on a more serious note, Vitalist, anything to say about the Pope or life in general?
Well, the Pope was a joke.
Take care, Divine.
The Catholic Church hasn't been the Catholic Church for a very long time. I'm a Vatican I kind of guy, but that's very sad that this person passed away, and also, the head of a very corrupt organization that I just don't really align myself with. Also a Zionist, you know what I mean? And that's, of course, why our buddy Trump is running over to kiss his ass. I mean, it's all just a mess. You know how I feel about these people.
Yeah, I mean, the world is definitely a mess, and but you're persevering.
Yes, I am fully enjoying the suburban life. I'm looking out at a lawn that has been perfectly mowed. It's got lines going up and down. I can sit back and enjoy
Did
my
you do it?
lawn. Yeah, of course, I did it.
Yeah. I have to say, where I live now, I don't have to cut the lawn, but I used to enjoy doing that. My parents, they have a big lawn, and there is something very therapeutic about mowing a lawn. It's definitely the therapeutic. I think it's part of a. It definitely soothes the male psyche.
Yes,
And
got
I
right.
got to say, my dad was he had kind of OCD, and during the summer months, he had a tendency to. He was one of those dads who he didn't like you sitting down. You know what I mean? And and also when you did sit down, he told you to get up and do something. So yeah, you were never quite safe in terms of there was always something to do. And he did like to mow the lawn, get me to mow the lawn twice a week sometimes. You know, just to keep it in that perfect kind of in the lines that you're like looking at now, and you're appreciating, I suppose. He appreciated them as well. I didn't appreciate doing it twice a week, but I definitely appreciated the work after I did it.
Yes, yes. Just got in from playing catch with the kids in the alleyway. It's a very, very different experience from the life I was living about a year ago. But very happy here, even closer to Gnosis than I was before.
Well, I'm very happy that you're happy, brother. I truly am, and I do wish your family the best. And it's great to hear that they're enjoying life, and you're still like fit, able to do these things with them. It's great stuff. So, you did reside in the countryside before, right?
Oh yeah, we were way up on a mountaintop. We were out in the
Yeah.
middle of the woods. Very
I love to yerf dogs.
lots of creatures and wildlife. Bears regularly coming into the driveway.
Right.
Not quite what we're dealing with here. I'm very much in a experience of like that song, like how did I get here? This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. Very different from milking goats at 5 o'clock in the morning, but also the kids are loving it. They're to the age where they're getting to be very social, so it's great having literally hundreds of other kids around at parks, and schools, homeschooling groups, and churches and stuff. And so it's
Yeah.
we're enjoying.
You are this kind of wise guy who didn't grow up in such surrounds, and has learned a lot from both periods of his life. You forgive me for saying, but you were born you're more of a inner city boy, weren't you? And you did live in the countryside as well, so you know a bit of everything, which is good, I suppose, for them.
Yep, and we're doing. I'm doing a corporate sellout. I've devoted the next 15 to 20 years of my life to totally selling out to corporations in order to secure a better future for my family. So I'm gonna grit my teeth and put up with that nonsense. And pretty soon we'll come full circle and we'll buy land back in the country, and we'll get our goats back. But for now, I have to make a tactical retreat.
Well, I think it's kind of nice if they've got a good place to live, and there's a nice society for them to be in. If you're in a nice area, don't move them around too much. Especially at this age.
No, we're settling right where we're at right now. I have a wonderful all hardwood shelf to put my Ninja Turtle figures on. And we are really enjoying it. But I've got to go in right now, DNW. If you are on, I will come back on. But for right now, I've got to.
I appreciate it, bro, and best of luck. I'm glad to hear you're getting on well, mate, and best of luck with everything. Anybody else want to take care, buddy? Yeah, I don't mind hanging out for a little bit more, maybe half an hour. So if you are there, you want to come on, please do. We are reading we would read the book of most of the book. How much have we got left? Well, we read 44 pages of a 59-page book, so we're getting there. I could have kept going, but my heart wasn't in it. So yeah, I'm not going to be. You can pop on now, brother. Yeah, I'm not going to pop on. I'm not going to be here. I doubt it in 30 minutes. But you can pop on now. Yeah, I will go to sleep. That's what I mean. I want to go to sleep in a bit. But I did fail in my. I have been struggling with the sleep thing. It's been crazy. And unfortunately, it was a Easter weekend, so I did manage to fall asleep, but then I slept too much because I overcompensated for the lack of sleep in the prior days. So yeah, I'm really annoyed with myself actually. Um, so I'm worried I might not be able to sleep tonight, but we'll see. Yeah, fucking promethazine. It's shit. Don't take it. Uh, it's an over-the-counter thing. You can just pick it up at any pharmacy, perhaps even supermarkets. It's actually like an antihistamine allergy tablet, but it gives you, it knocks you out basically. But I was taking 25 mg off it. The tablets were 25 mg, and I didn't know it. But before I knew it, I was fucking addicted to it. I'd say less than 2 weeks, I got addicted to it. Basically, I popped it for a few days because something happened and I couldn't sleep, and then I popped it because, well, apparently it makes you sleep, and it did. But then I couldn't sleep when I didn't take it. And yeah, I'd say actually, I thought honestly, I think it took less than a week for me to really realize, oh, I need that. I can't sleep. And I didn't really know that I was addicted. I was my body was basically um, requiring that to sleep. Okay. And the thing is, it knocks you out then. Yeah. It really knocks you out. And it's really hard to wake up on that shit as well. So I said, I don't like this. I want to come off this shit because I'm addicted to it, first of all. So I did try, but then I've been on it. I was on it for about a month. I think I tried to come off it just before I was on it for 2 weeks, so maybe a week and a half. But the feeling was so uncomfortable. The insomnia was so bad, like that I kept taking it. And then, as I said, I kept taking it for a month. It's shit stuff, but yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not doing very well with the whole getting off it. You know, I did the whole cold turkey, but then I crashed over the Easter and slept too much during the day, and that's going to have the effect of, yeah, making me feel shit. So it's a horrible thing when you don't get enough sleep. It's not good. You do need your 7 hours sleep. You know, yeah. So if anybody wants to come on quickly, say hello, welcome. You can. Yvonne, are you coming on? Other than that, I'll go in a bit. Yeah. Christian says valerian root tea is very good for sleep problems, but it can be hard for the liver, so you must not overuse it. Okay, thank you for the. I'll look into that. I know that Yvonne says that they stopped smoking weed for the second time now. They're on about 2.5. They're 2.5 months clean. Yeah, yeah. Good on you. Give up that and give up the cigarettes. Good on you. You'll feel better. You will feel better, undoubtedly. You know, you will feel better after you give up cigarette smoking. You know, it puts you in a constant. I used to smoke years ago. I think I gave up twice in my life. The first time I gave up for like a few years. When I was 25, I gave up, and then I went back on them when I was about 28 because I had a business and I was getting stressed out, and the other guys were smoking. So one day I was very stressed out about something, and I had a cigarette, and then I was hooked again for a few years. But I've been off them now for 10 years. So actually, yeah, 10 years next in May. So that's good. And yeah, it was a good thing to do. It is hard. It's very hard. The thing you got to do is to take yourself out of situations for a few weeks where you will be compelled to smoke. You know, unfortunately, not everybody can do that. You know, I appreciate that. You know, not everybody can put themselves in those situations. You know, it's very difficult. Luckily, at the time, I was working for myself, so I could do what I wanted. But if you're in a situation where you're working with people with smoker, or you're working in an office, or it's the culture or whatever, it's very hard. And I don't think the vapes are any good for you either. I think there's a lot of shit coming out now about them as well. So if you are a vapor, get off them as well. Actually, funnily enough, although I gave up cigarettes 10 years ago. When was it? Last year? Was it 2000? I think it was, yeah, no, it was in 2023. I went out one night and I was in a nightclub bar and I was in the smoking section chatting to someone, and she had a peach Melba vape and she gave it to me, and I thought, oh, that's quite nice. I thought, this is quite clean, doesn't seem to be doing any harm. It tastes quite nice. And then before I knew it, I was hooked on those for a good while. So I was hooked on vapes in 2023. So yeah, stay away from that shit too, because that shit, I mean, you think you're smoking a fucking sweetie or something, but it's not good for you. It's not good for you. It still fucks up your circulation and gets everywhere in your body and puts, there's shit in it that they say isn't good for you. I'm not just talking about the nicotine. Too much nicotine is bad for you, but too much of it, little bits of it aren't bad, but too much of it is bad for you. And yeah, vaping, yeah, it's shit. It's all shit. So stay away from that if you can. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Addictions, eh? Fucking addictions. Some people don't get addicted to things, um, which is interesting. I mean, I've only ever been addicted to cigarettes and nicotine and energy drinks. I've been addicted to them as well. I was never addicted to alcohol. I did do some drugs, and I even tried drugs that you can get addicted to, and I never got addicted to them. Um, so luckily in that way, I'm not an addict. But I suppose food, I have been somebody who has reached for the fridge when I was a bit stressed. I've done that before, so that's a bit of an addiction as well. Sugar addiction, yeah. Brother, question mark says, "Is it me or is your voice a little bit different?" Possibly a little bit different. I haven't got the heating on, to be honest with you, and I noticed this last time as well. When I didn't put the heating on, it did get a little bit chilly, and although I didn't get a cold, I did kind of develop a weird, I don't know. So I'm gonna put. I developed the same kind of voice last time I did a stream as well. Um, what is my voice sounding like? Question mark. Is it sounding like I'm getting coming down with something, or a bit flat or something, or what is it? I'm putting my tracksuit top on. But anyway, if nobody wants to come on, then fine. We'll end the show. I'll give you a few more minutes if you want to come on, say anything. Yeah, it's weird. It did that the last time as well, brother Mark. Question mark on Friday night when I did the stream. But I didn't get a cold, so yeah, hoping I don't get one anyway. Ah, just have to have a nice hot drink now. Yeah, it could be that because I wasn't sleeping properly, maybe just a bit run down. I probably am a bit run down. Uh, yes, I did actually sleep too much because it's been an Easter weekend, and I actually crashed and slept too much on, well, Easter Monday. Yeah, so now I'm gonna have trouble sleeping tonight. I don't know if that's ever happened to you, but that's what happens. So I've gone the other way, unfortunately, and I've got to try and sort that out. And I'm dreading it actually because I'm dreading it because I won't be able to get enough sleep, and I'll feel like shit, and then yeah, you know the way it goes. And then when you don't get enough sleep, you feel like shit, and then you become wired, and then you can't sleep, and that's the way it goes. But yeah, because when you don't sleep, when you do sleep, you sleep too, and when suddenly you do sleep, you sleep too much, and then you can't sleep the next day, and then that makes you feel like shit, and then you become wired because you go into the next day and you haven't slept for like over 24 hours, and you become wired, and then you can't sleep that night. My friend, although we're talking about stuff, my friend suggested to me, and I've never tried them. These gummies, you know, cannabis gummies. I don't know what you call them. I mean, you can get vegan ones. These, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, apparently they're pretty harmless. I don't know. I'm going to try and do it without any more reaching for a solution outside of myself, you know. But it's no fun. Although, what's her name? Lovely Divine suggested some kind of chia seed drink before bed. So I think I've got chia seeds somewhere. I'll have a look into the comments she left, and I might do that. Yeah. All right, guys. Anyone want to come on? Yvonne, are you coming on here? Question mark. Christian, Yerf Dogs, anyone at all? Pseudo history. We have Marcus here. Hello to Mark. Hello, how are you doing, sir?
Greetings. Happy Easter.
Yeah, happy Easter.
And Passover.
Sorry?
And Passover, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because the Passover is in the Bible as well. So I was going to say, both stories are bizarre, but I do think the Passover is perhaps even more bizarre than Easter. You know, the fact that God required individuals to slaughter animals, put their blood on a door jamb to show him, an all-knowing, apparently, God, where the Jewish babies were, so he could kill the other babies. I mean, that's an insane story. I'm sorry if anybody's offended by that, but it does sound like a horror show, and it sounds insane as well. It just doesn't sound like a god, does it? I mean, why would a god need help?
Well, what would a god, like, I don't know, like, when you say it doesn't sound like a god, what would a god look like?
Yeah, I see what you mean, but for me, a god would be knowing, right? He'd know where people were. He wouldn't ask for their assistance, right? In such a weird way. It just seems like so bizarre that, you know, they had to put blood on a door jamb. But you're right. It's a very good, like, there isn't any good way of depicting what a god would be like. You're right. But I mean, I like to think that God wouldn't be like that if there
Why
was
not?
a god.
I don't know. I'm cynical about the whole thing, but I'm just glad for the holiday. I didn't really have a holiday, but I tried mentally to have a holiday. Yeah, just kind of zone out as best as I could.
Right. Yeah. And I believe what's going on over there? Have you been looking into your politics and such?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah. I think there's a few little things happening around the world, but it's still much of the same. I mean, there are talks of movement in Ukraine, but it seems that the Americans want Ukraine to give up a load of land, and there doesn't seem to be any resolution in that sense. I don't think that is tangible. Yeah, much of the same around the world. More as it was. The Pope died. I wasn't overly familiar with him, but that Pope did come across as quite likable to me.
From what I remember of him, like he's been the Pope for a while, so. But I remember when I used to pay attention, he was pretty okay.
Yeah,
I might be missing some crucial information, but yeah.
I found it very strange. The other fellow disappeared. I don't know what that was about. I never really looked into it either. You know, the Ratzinger guy. There's a German Pope.
Wait, he didn't die? I thought he died. No.
Well, he died after some time, but like he basically he kind of like he didn't. I don't know what the word is. He was still technically a pope, but he retired from private life,
Oh,
but I still don't know why he did that.
interesting.
He must have
Yeah.
had some kind of health problems or something. But he lived on for quite some time. I mean, usually these popes just keep going, until they drop.
Well,
But
that's what I thought. I thought like he
I mean,
died and then the next pope went. I
I
don't
heard
even know.
there were conspiracies at the time that he'd done something wrong, and that it was like there was the potential for it to come out. But that would I don't think that was true, because if he had done something dodgy in the past, it would definitely have come out.
Yeah.
So
So how's the book going?
the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Well, it's a bit like
Pissing on Sophia?
yeah, in that it's bizarre, and I mean, it's again the same kind of thing. To me, someone who's not familiar with Tibetan culture, it's like, well, you could have just said that in a paragraph. You know what I mean? Basically, it seems to be focus on yourself. See that everything is an illusion. All your fears, all the things that are trying to seduce you, they are illusory. They're coming from your mind.
Well,
Don't
it's
go
kind of
towards.
stoic, right?
Yeah. Don't go towards them. But by the way, this is although it's Stoic, Stoic is obviously is a philosophy for how to deal with life. This is how to deal with not coming back to this world. Not coming back to not being reborn. So this is all
Oh,
about The Tibetan Book of the Dead is all about once you've passed away, you go to this place they call the Bardos, and it's like basically it's the place between death and rebirth. And so basically you're visited by all these apparitions, and
it's like
it just
purgatory,
seems.
or
Sorry.
is it like purgatory?
Not really, because you're not paying for anything. There's nothing to pay for, is the kind of gist of it. Yeah,
Okay,
because
okay.
everything is an illusion. Like although you might have done bad things in life, you can still escape rebirth if you realize that the guilt and all these things that are just coming from you. You are condemning yourself with your feelings. Do you understand? So ultimately, in the Bardos, you're kind of, you find yourself out. You find that you're dead, and then you go through a period. I think it's like 14 days when you're visited by. First of all, you're visited by loving and peaceful entities,
Do they say
and then
why 14?
so you're tested for about 14 days. 14.
Well, do they say why specifically the number 14?
No, but there is in total. It's like you can spend in total. You can spend 49 days in the
Oh,
Bardos, but the first phase of it is, I believe, when they show you the what do you call it, the gods, as it were, the
okay.
deities of good and bad. But basically, the deities are the same entities. They just have different faces. Different parts of them. So you're showing like the peaceful and loving deities in the first week, and then the second week you're showing the wrathful, angry ones. But it's the same entities. It's just their other nature, other side, because things are dualistic, And it's
Okay.
like at the end of the day, it's coming from you as well. It's all you. So it's that's what they're trying to get across. That it's all just your mind, and
Okay.
you've got to basically master your own mind and not be seduced by it, not fear it, and to go towards. There is this thing. Go towards the really bright, intense light. That's what the message has been a lot of it.
Oh, so this one's saying go to the light.
Yeah. And because
Okay.
everything else is just you basically, and you're kind of lacking. So when you see when you feel bad about there's another period in it when you're showing your kind of karmic energy and things you've done bad and stuff. But even then, you can avoid rebirth, even if you've been really evil in your life. You can still avoid rebirth, because from the message I got from it was when you're dead, it's your own mind condemning you, okay, and it's all your own guilt and such, and it's kind of showing that it's an illusion. Now, the message I got from it was that it's like saying to you, it's not your fault. You know, it's almost like I can kind of see it in a kind of deterministic way. They're saying, look, you went to this place and you became this and that because of this, that, and the other. You know, and when you die, you will feel guilty about things that you did, you know, in life, and that can bring you towards being reborn again. But it's saying those feelings are just you, and you have a power to rise above them, which I find interesting. It's saying you can escape the you know, samsara by thinking yourself worthy of better, you know, and also at the same time, it was interesting to read about how, you know, you can be seduced into going to a good life, but the good life isn't necessarily where you want to be, because it talks about different types of lives, and it talks about different realms. So there's like the realms of the deities, there's like the realm of humans, there's the realm of animals, there's the realm of the hell realm, there's the angry ghost, or the Petra realm, where there's these like angry ghosts or something, who are like jealous and envious and such. So, but you don't want to go to any one of them. Basically, you don't even want to go to the God realm, apparently, because I suppose the danger is, even if you go to the God realm where it's blissful and you know, you feel proud and such, you are in danger of going back into the other realms afterwards. You know what I mean? So basically, it's kind of like, get the hell out of here is the thing. It's like, don't go to any of the realms, even the God realm. You know, because
So
when you come out when you
the
come out of
goal
that,
is
you
not to
will
to
go
any
back
realm?
into the bardos, and you will be tested again by yourself, and you might go into a lowlier state. You know.
So the goal is to not be in any realm.
Yeah, the goal is to basically get the hell out of here. Yeah, not come back.
Annihilation?
This is the thing. I don't quite know. I have to look into that, but I've heard different people say different things. Some people have said there's another place to go to, and it's like
Okay.
warm and fuzzy and all these things. And but other people say, some Buddhists I've heard say that it is about annihilation of the soul. So
Wow.
sorry,
That's pretty intense.
yeah. So that basically nothing is better than something. You know, I've heard that
Mm.
said by some of them.
Spiritual pro-moralism.
Yeah. I've heard that said by some of them, but then there are others saying that, you know, there's this place you go where it's like warm and fuzzy and it's okay, you know.
Hmm.
But basically, you know, the first rule is like everything everything on the cycle of birth and death and rebirth is suffering. That's the most that's the first rule, isn't it? Like, life is suffering. So ultimately, it does appear from reading through all the different realms that there's 6, I don't know what they call them, sakras or something. Let me just have a look here if I can find. Well, I can't. The 6 realms that they talk about, all of them involve some kind of suffering, except it wasn't quite evident that the gods one did. The highest, the Diva realm. To me, that looked okay, but it was like a feelings of bliss and being proud. But I mean, being proud, you know, that's funny, because in like in a lot of religions, that's seen as a sin, isn't it, to be proud?
Yeah.
But to feel proud, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if you just felt blissful and proud all the time, you know, and that's all you felt. That wouldn't be bad for you as the experiencer. You know, it might suck for others or whatever, but I mean. But then there's another realm, the angry gods realm. So it's like, I think they mention like Jupiter and such, and it's like
Oh,
this
so there's
place.
2 god realms.
There's
One
2 god
is
realms, yeah.
okay.
But the
So
highest
angry
one is
gods.
yeah. I think there's 6 realms. So there's the highest realm, which is like the Diva realm. Then there's the angry gods realm, which is like basically about wrath and just it's not it's just about wrath and anger, just pure like base emotions. Then there was the human realm,
Hmm.
which was actually a mixture of both of those. They said, which is interesting. So it's a mixture of bliss and also anger. Then there was the animal realm below that, and that was about ignorance and being subservient. Okay, being trapped in a subservience, being trapped in a state of subservience. And then below that, so that's 4, isn't it? And below that, I think there was the Preta realm, which was something to do with angry ghosts. So basically, it was a bit like the angry gods realm, but it was basically you didn't have any power. You were just going around as a ghost, basically.
Oh, just like whining. Okay, that's probably
yeah,
where we're
basically
going
feeling
then.
angry and jealous and envious, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Ineffectual.
And then, yeah, and then below that was the hell realm. If I go back, the hell realm was just like the place you just don't want to be. But it did seem not. The good news is none of them seemed like forever, you know.
That's
So
good.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
there's
I've
a way
heard
out of
Buddhists who there's so many different types of Buddhists, and just people have different views on it. Some people like this system because they think, oh, it's good because nothing lasts forever. You know, you can go anywhere. You can end up anywhere. You know.
Well, it's better than the Christian thing about like hell for eternity. That's a bit. That seems a little unfair, right?
Yeah,
Like
it
we're
does.
here for what? Just like on average, maybe what 70, 80 years, and then
Yeah.
for whatever we do, it could lead to eternity in torture.
Yeah.
Like that's fucked up.
It does seem inherently unfair, especially when you understand psychology and mental illness and also just circumstances and stuff. I mean, it does seem really bad. I mean, when you watch some of these programs, when you watch these criminals, you can see they're not right in their head. You can see. I mean, I watched a few lately of these. You get these murder confessions. They pop up on my feed of like
I've been watching
detectives.
this channel Explore With Us. You ever seen that one?
It sounds familiar.
They do like interrogation videos.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they cover,
that's the ones I've been getting on my feed, interrogation ones. Yeah,
they're surprisingly like they're dark.
they are very dark. Yeah,
But the way they analyze the interrogations, I find it fascinating. But yeah, they all have like mental illness.
yeah. I mean, it's interesting how some of these channels that have been popping on my feed, these interrogation channels, it does seem that sometimes the narrator isn't very empathetic. Towards. I mean, part of me is empathetic sometimes towards the person who's done the terrible, because you think, fuck me, like that. Who in their right mind would choose to be that person?
Yeah.
And then and it's a hard thing to say, but it's not a pleasant thing. Like that's one of the things I've struggled with in life, and I still struggle with it. I mean, it's like accepting that it's not people's fault sometimes. Even when they do terrible things, and even to me or whatever, things that they've done to me. I suppose it's a bit like that Christian thing. We're all sinners. It's just that there's different types
Right.
of sins. There's gradients of sins, but if you take the sin out of it and just be secular about it, it is just a rude awakening when you realize it's not their fault. And
Right.
it's one of those. It's one of the biggest problems in life because you don't quite know what to do with them. Then, do you? I mean, we spoke about that quite a lot on this channel. We just don't
Yeah, I
know
think you
what.
made a few posts about that recently, right?
Sorry,
I think you've made a few posts about that recently, right?
but what to do with people who've hurt you? Is that what is that what you is what to do with people
About
who commit crime?
moral desert, or about
Oh, right.
like people yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. The fact that morality might be a figment of, well, it's like a form of idealism kind of thing. Yeah. Um, yeah. Is that what you mean? That was I really shouldn't have made that post. I'll be honest, because,
Why not? It's your channel. Post what you
yeah,
want, man.
no, but it was like, it's like I made that during a period when I wasn't sleeping. So it's
Oh.
probably not the best made point, but yeah,
Well,
no, I was just,
we get a glimpse into your insomniac mind.
yeah,
We get to
I
know.
was merely thinking about, like a lot of our thoughts on things are forms of idealism. I mean, there's a greater forces out there impacting us and causing reality. What I say should or shouldn't be the case is is a form of idealism. I'm saying ideally something should be the case, but the truth is reality doesn't care about my idealism. You know what I mean? And you could zoom out a little bit and say, well, if I can't control the outcomes of this crazy world, right? Yeah. Why can't I just shift my form of idealism to something else? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was kind of the thought process I was having. Like, just like, why do we attach ourselves to one form of idealism when you could just move it? And I hate to be nihilistic about it, but it may not make much difference. You
Yeah.
know, that's what I was kind of battling with, that thought. Um,
It's a
you
journey.
can have. Sorry.
It's a thought journey, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah,
it gives everybody else food for thought too.
yeah. I mean, some people got quite angry with that, what I said. I mean, I wasn't trying to anger people,
Oh,
but
really?
yeah, well, they compared, for example,
Oh, the
well,
Nazi thing? I saw
yeah,
that.
but they did. I don't think, in fairness to Gesture, they said that they did admit they said that flippantly. They don't
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
think.
I
Yeah.
saw that. Yeah.
So I've got to say, but when I first read it, I did think they were going a bit far, But
Yeah,
in fairness to Gesture, if they're listening, yeah, they did backtrack and they admitted they said it flippantly, and they're
right.
also just using it as a kind of hypothetical.
Illustration.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
you got to be careful with those hypotheticals sometimes.
Yeah. So I
And
appreciate that, but
yeah.
you know, uh, yeah. I mean, it's a very it did like get me thinking, and it is a very dark thing to think about, like the Nazism, for example, and how even in a deterministic world, whether we like it or not, it's not even their fault.
Well,
Um,
we talked about a lot of the psychological studies about like they wanted to understand how average people did such atrocious things.
yeah.
I think it's okay to bite the bullet that is part of human nature.
Yeah,
It
no, I did. I kind of said that in my reply to them. I said like all the kind of strands of Nazism are in humans. Like there's this. I used to believe this fervently. I used to believe that all humans were kind of fascist to some degree, like either intellectually fascist, body fascist, whatever it may be. Just they had some form of disgust at others and like kind of seeing others as not worthy of whatever it may be, love, being part in society, whatever it may be. And I do think that is unfortunately naturally the way for most humans. And I think if you're not like that, I think everyone has it, even me. And it's something you have to fight in yourself. And I think you could say that's what Christians try and teach you, to fight against these kind of base level parts of your instinct. And I'm not saying I've ever. I like to think I've mellowed out. I definitely did have instinctual reactions in the past that I don't have now. In the past I had some racist instinctual reactions to people. I said that before on this channel, and I had reactions about different religions and such. I don't have these reactions anymore. But
mm,
I also appreciate that I only don't have those reactions because I'm lucky in that I kind of got to be around people and see that what my thoughts were stupid. Um, and also I had the intellectual ability to do that, and I do know this is the brutal truth of this world, that not everybody has the ability to progress, in terms of change out of bad ways, bad thought patterns, and that's very sad.
yeah.
And by
Yep.
the way, I'm not some naive idiot. I think that this isn't just one type of person. Like, this isn't just, for example, I'm a white, but not just white people have these problems. Everyone has these problems. You know, everyone in this world has this potential. And I do, but I definitely believe there's something about harsh experiences, suffering, that does break you down, and it does make you see the bigger picture. And I suppose with me, I did suffer at some points in life, so that was probably one of my teachers. But it's
What
kind
do
of,
you think stops from, how they say hurt people hurt people?
yeah.
I think you know about those interrogations and the crime stats about like a lot of people go through trauma and mental health issues. What do you think is like the barrier or the, I don't know, that threshold from being traumatized and hurting to where they lash out
Yeah.
versus feeling pain where you wouldn't want to inflict pain on other people?
Yeah, I've been in situations where I felt pain, but I wasn't in a situation where I could have inflicted pain on others. You know what I mean? I think you have to have a level of opportunity, unfortunately, and I think that is within a lot of people. You know, the potential to do that at certain parts of your life. If your brain isn't fully formed and you are being wound up by people around you, okay, um, in a weird kind of way, it's like society that is keeping you in a position not to hurt others. Now, I never had dreams to like shoot up anybody or do anything like that or kill anybody or anything like that. Um, well, no, I said a lie. I did have a homicidal thought once, but that was because I heard something happen to my mum, and I did have homicidal thoughts about the person who did that to her. But I don't have those thoughts now. But I would say the we're talking about what is the line between people who do bad things and people who don't. And I think there's a few different things going on here. It's like, and I think most of it is stability. It's like if you have something, if you have some level of stability somewhere in your life, some
Mm,
rock, yeah,
yeah,
I think that's what matters. You need a rock, yeah. You need someone who is there for you, or you need something that is there for you. Okay. If you don't have that, yeah, then I believe you become in a dangerous position of, well, you're in a position where you're in you're animal. We're all animals, and you're an animal and psychologically you'll be thinking, I'm an animal in danger. Yeah, I'm in
yeah,
danger. You're not thinking you're an animal, but the animal part of you is thinking, I'm in danger here. Yeah, and there's nobody here backing me up. Yeah, nobody has my back. I'm in danger. Yeah, and if you're in that position without anybody, being there for you, listening to you, talking to you, uh, having your back, well, then what does an animal do when it's in danger? It's that fight or flight thing, isn't it? It's like
right,
you corner a rat, it will jump up and try and bite you in the throat. Yeah.
yeah.
And that's just its nature. We have that natural capacity in us. First thing is, usually the animals try to get away. But if an animal, if we are cornered in a position and we can't see a way out of it, um, then unfortunately some people will crack up and do some terrible things. Now the thing is, funnily enough, some people still crack up, but they don't do the terrible things. Uh, but it's not because they have a rock; it's because society is preventing them from doing it. And that's an interesting thing. That's good for society, okay, because it stops the terrible things happening. But we do need to remember that sometimes there still are people who suffer from the hands of society. They're in that place where they're wound up and they've got no rock to, they've got no anchor, they've got nobody there for them.
Well,
But they,
what do you mean by anchor?
well, if you have love in your, if you have a parent or sibling or friend or teacher or just a goal, even, I suppose, it can be something that's not a person. It can be a goal. It can be something that's healthy for you, good for you. Do you understand? You've
Yeah,
been given something in your mind that is a safe place to go, a place to be, a goal, or as I said, a person who has your back and makes you feel so a place of safety is what it is. If you don't have that, then I said you're in that place, and you're that animal that's being cornered. And as I said, animals that are cornered, sometimes they'll jump up, sometimes they run away, sometimes they'll freeze. Okay, some animals freeze. We see that in nature. Some animals freeze. They get into such an anxious state, they play dead, and they just hope that the terror will go away. But not all
I think
animals
possums
do
do
that.
that, right?
Sorry.
I think possums do that, right?
Yeah, there's lots of animals that do that. But the thing about humans is we're these weird animals that have all these different ways of behaving, and we can't know what a person's going to do, all the time.
What are
Uh,
things that anchor you?
anchor me. What has anchored me in life? You mean in times when I've been in bad places? I would say,
Yeah.
yeah. Funnily enough, I would say it was fear of society. You know, actually, because I grew up very strict household, so it was a fear of strict parenting. It was the fear of going against cultural norms. It was the fear of things like that. So there is definitely a place for that, you know, whether we like it or not. There is a place for discipline, strictness, and also some education on cultural expectations, you know, on good and bad. These things, you know. I wouldn't religion to some degree, maybe as well, you know, in the past, maybe, you know. Fear of divine consequences. Sometimes that played a little bit, but not much, I wouldn't say. Not much in my life. I mean,
Do
I
you ever
usually only prayed. I usually only prayed when I'd done something wrong, you know, when I'd like cheated on someone, or when I'd like, yeah, when I was ill or something, you know, that kind of way. I was like praying that I wouldn't get in trouble or something, you know.
You never prayed just to have a good day?
When I was younger, I prayed. I did say prayers when I was younger, but it's funny because my prayers as a youngster were more just rattling out Hail Marys and Our Fathers. I don't know if and things that being pre-prepared. I didn't really
Yeah,
talk.
that kind of feels like you're just chanting sometimes, right? It
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
feel like
It was more or less that kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I remember some of the prayers I used to say. Like I used to say the Hail Mary, Our Father. I used to this. You probably remember these because
Oh
you
yeah,
were
yeah.
raised
I
Catholic.
remember that. Yeah.
Glory be to the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, never shall be, world without end. I mean, I say the glory be. I used to say, this other one that my sister taught me as a very young child, but I remember this still. I'm sorry, dear God, forgive me, please do. I tried to be good because I love you. That was another one I used to. These are the little prayers I used to say as a youngster, and the Hail Mary and the Our Father. And I used to say them alone at night when I was in bed. You know, but I didn't pray for long. You know, I rattled off like I think an Hail Mary, Our Father, glory be, and then I used to say that I'm sorry, dear God, forgive me, please do. I tried to be good because I love you, and that was it. You know, and then I don't know. I'd fucking read it. Well, I usually did that last thing, so I'd try and go to sleep then. I'd read the books before that, and then say my prayer and go to sleep. Obviously, when I became a teenager, it became very problematic because I said this before because, and I started in bed as a teenage boy. You're thinking about women or whatever it is you're into, like maybe you're into guys or whatever, but you know, you're thinking, I'm sorry, guys, this is a bit crude here for any listeners, but it's true. You're saying the Hail Mary and you're thinking you want to knock one out at the same time. And that's not a nice, that's a really that used to make me feel bad, you know, because especially when I read in Catholicism that masturbation was a mortal sin, actually, it could send you to hell. There you go. Tell that to people who want to prevent prostate cancer, you know. Apparently you need to knock one out now and again.
Do you have anything that anchors you now if something was to happen?
I just realized that I do realize that it's only by people say it's by the grace of God. I just realized that some people say that I think it's just experience and just being lucky, you know, in some ways as well. I just realized that it is a bit like these Buddhists say, like a lot of things are illusory, like as in like this blaming people. And I'm not saying it from a spiritual sense. I'm saying it from a kind of very much pragmatic sense. It seems, well, it's not necessarily pragmatic, because I suppose if we didn't blame people, the world wouldn't work. But I'm talking about it from a kind of I hate to use spiritual, but I suppose scientific sense. Blame is pointless. You know, being hateful, being angry about things is actually literally hurting you. You know. Now it's very hard, by the way. Don't. I'm not a guru. I don't know. I haven't mastered this, by the way. I still get angry. I still get hateful sometimes. You know. But what stops me from getting too much? I think part of it is realizing, like, you know, I say don't be an arsehole, because I think it is, you are a bit of a doofus and an arsehole if you react too much. You know, I understand that. You know, I see the kind of consequences of things. You know, I think about consequences. I realize that, if you react in this world, you're showing a level of, first of all, indiscipline, also a lack of understanding of matters, a level of immaturity, a level of ignorance, And although it's probably egotistical, I like to think I'm not that bad in many ways, so I don't want to do that, but it's not because I'm trying to impress others. I suppose it's a little bit like the social contract, Marcus. I understand that part of me somehow or other understands that it's not the done thing. Do you understand? And you've got to rein back emotions that are too strong,
Yeah.
And that is, again, this is probably my conditioning. This social contract thing that has probably been conditioned into me from my family, from my education, just from society in general. Seeing that there is a way that you carry yourself, okay? And if you don't carry yourself with a level of normalcy, all right, someone suffers, and it's usually the person who's being a bit different, That's the other side. There's a level of self-preservation as well, going on, I suppose. A huge undercurrent of self-preservation. You must act in a way that isn't too different to others,
Yeah.
Because if you are too different, they'll come for you somehow or other,
Yeah.
And
Black
that's
sheep.
just sorry,
Being a black sheep.
yeah. So, and that's a very serious and strong human. I call it an emotion or just way of thinking, direction inside, like a directive, internal directive. It's how should I behave based on others, and based on society. And it's interesting because if you are pessimistic, you can see that that's the undoing of many things as well, because there is an acceptable way to behave. And if you consider yourself in a hell realm, there is nowhere to go because you have to behave in an acceptable way. And funnily enough, behaving in an acceptable way is what keeps everything going, societally speaking, so things won't really change, if you know what I mean. Having said that, there is no other way to behave than in a societally acceptable way, long term, even short term, because it causes harm, it causes resistance, retribution. Because if you don't act in a societally acceptable way, you are noticed, you are seen as abnormal, dangerous, etc., and therefore you are something that will be, at least others will try and eradicate you somehow or other. Whether it's
We could probably get away with it more because we're more isolated, and like I could be socially awkward or antisocial because like if you work at home, right, or you
Yeah.
work remotely, um I don't know, you can go to the grocery store, you use the self checkout, you go to the ATM to do your banking, you don't really have to interact with a lot of humans.
No, but that's that's the weird thing. You might see that as being unsocial, but that is actually the social thing to do now in big communities where you can't know others. Is the societal expectation is that you don't talk to strangers. Yeah, you let people go on about their business. Okay, and in many ways, people might say that's a cruel way of being in a big city, but in many ways it does make sense because you can't talk to everybody. Yeah, and also people are going from A to B. Yeah, and they have lives to lead, and also we don't know you. As I'm not talking about you literally, but I'm saying we don't know who we're dealing with. We haven't, like in the old days, we used to grow up in tribes. We knew people from the day they were born, right? And there was like a history. When you're in a city, you don't know who you're dealing with, so it is quite dangerous from a kind of psychological, animalistic, kind of anthropological sense,
Right.
So there are reasons for our behavior. Now, people, unfortunately, it might seem, and it does seem unfriendly. It does seem like inhospitable. It does seem uncaring. All these things, but there's a reason for it, and that is it makes sense. It's all about survival.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if there's one thing, the myth, there's this myth that we can somehow have this like society. Like, I don't like. There was this lady called, Margaret Thatcher. She said there's no such society, there's no such thing as society, right? That was one of her famous sayings. And that basically her view was that we're all in competition with everyone, with each other, right? She was a Tory, she was a right-wing politician, prime minister over here. But many people don't like that she said that. But
The right wing here usually talk about community. That's
it's
actually
very.
why they. Yeah.
Isn't it so funny how there's these differences? And I often think about that, how the right wing in different countries can have different ideologies. Anyway,
Yeah.
the point is, she's right and she's wrong at the same time. It's like when you have a massive city, it is hard to have a society, and over, like, it is hard, but there do exist within it, like it's like you look at it's like you break into a bedrock, and there's layers of things. That's what a city is like. There's layers. There's bubbles within the bubble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like an onion.
Yeah. So in many ways, she's right and she's wrong. I mean, people are unfortunately in competition with each other in this, like in the city, in modern life, but there are also attempts at creating societies, that withstand time. Now, they are very different to tribal societies that we used to exist in. But the thing is, as usual, being human, there are pros and cons to both. I believe societies in the past were very strongman orientated. They like to say that they were ruled by, wise ones, but I definitely think that a lot of it was strongman. Like who was the physically strongest, and he positioned himself as the wise one.
Right.
And then and maybe even who was the most devious in some ways as well. I mean, it's just a microcosm of the larger thing. But yeah, if you're trapped in that system, you can't get out of it. So like, it's very, in many ways, I'm thankful for modern day, because in the past, if you didn't like the society you're in, you had nowhere else to go. That was it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But nowadays, you can move around. You can leave your Discord and go to another one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think I was like talking about the online stuff and how, like, I've been reading articles on how bad, like, using your cell phone and social media and blah 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 is. But at the same time, if you don't get along in society, what else do you got?
I think
It could be
I
a
mean,
saving grace for some people.
I think you have to act within that which confines you, and I think you definitely do have to read. I know your big thing is about reading. You definitely have to be able, like, I think it's good to be able to read. And I was thinking about you the other day, actually, because I was thinking about philosophy. I know I like to shit on philosophy sometimes because there's no real good answers, but it is good to know the kind of ethical frameworks, Marcus, that people are working in, isn't it? Like the kind of normative states that they come from, and
Hmm.
particularly with things like AI. I mean, people should ask ChatGPT, what are your normative theories? Uh, and people. I mean, I don't know if it'll make much difference, but I definitely think that is the useful thing about philosophy, is to see where people are coming from. You know, I mean, there may not be any good answers, but at least you can see where people are coming from, and at least you can try and have a conversation with them based on what they think and try and communicate what you think. So there's definitely a place for it. And I do think that it is interesting. The reason I was thinking about you was because of AI. I was thinking about, like all these chat GPT and all these. It is interesting to think
Wait,
about.
you were thinking about AI and ChatGPT, and I popped up in your head?
Yeah, because I consider you the philosopher,
Okay,
and
flattering.
and
Thank you.
yeah. And I was thinking about, it would be interesting to know the philosophy of the coders who created ChatGPT. What was their ideology? You know what I mean? What did
Right.
they? What were their theories on existence and life? Um, that is a massive. not enough. I don't believe enough people talk about that. The people who created these things, what was their? Because I did ask ChatGPT, what are your theories? It said it was utilitarian.
Really?
Yeah. If I can find it, I'll look it up.
Wow.
Let me just see if I can find it. If I can
Start debating normative theory with it. Be like, you're wrong.
Yeah.
you're
I mean, it'd be
wrong."
worthwhile if you want to do that. When did I do this? I asked it. I can't find it. I mean, I asked it to give me. The other day, I made a flapjack with a load of ingredients, and I asked it to give me the kind of measurements. Because I had like some oats, gluten-free oats, and I had peanut butter, maple syrup, and banana. And I asked it to I said I want to make a flapjack, and I made it in the air fryer actually. And I said, give me the amounts. It turned out quite well. It was very tasty.
Nice.
So, yeah, and it was Canadian maple syrup. There you go. So
that's the good stuff.
Yeah, I can't find this now, but it's definitely something worth doing. Maybe we can do it here, bro, if you want at some point. Ask ChatGPT about its philosophical basis. What it thinks about existence and such.
Yeah.
I mean, it tried to say to me that it likes to think in terms that are universal and that are but I got it to admit that it is purely based on its code, its like creators' ideals, and I did say, I talked about negative utilitarianism, and I said, there are alternative theories that you do not agree with, so it was interesting but I didn't spend much time doing it, but it was an interesting kind of exercise. Just I only asked it a few questions, but it might be an interesting exercise,
Yeah.
just to, especially someone of your kind of knowledge on the kind of the frameworks and such. So if you want to do that, maybe we can do that. Would you like to do that on Wednesday? Oh, yeah, Wednesday.
Oh, I have a deadline to meet on Thursdays, but after Thursday I can.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. After Thursday, I know I'm meant to have this lady coming on here. She's
you got a guest.
Meant to. Now, hopefully she does on Friday.
What you gonna chat about?
She's let me see where she is here. She is, I know she used to be a drug addict. And let me just go to her bio here.
Wow, I was expecting some.
She's a recovering fentanyl addict, and she calls herself recovering social justice warrior.
Wow. Okay. Damn.
Yeah. So I mean, she's still quite feisty and raw. So I don't know how it will go.
Oh, it'll go fine.
Yeah.
If it's just you and her, like you have a way with people.
No, I didn't actually. I didn't set it up as a kind of 1-to-1. No, I just said you can pop on.
Oh,
so it'll be a bit like Patricia popping on. It may happen. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, Godspeed then.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to hear. I mean, a fentanyl addiction, that's a serious one, man, to come out of that.
Yeah, apparently it's a big problem here, but I don't know anybody that does that stuff. So
yeah, neither do I. But like the thing about that stuff is, from the sounds of it, if you go like 2 milligrams over, you're dead.
Yeah,
it's like it's brutal stuff. But don't tell the pro-mortalists that. Divine Hazel says people should be talking to people more, no robots. Well, Divine, as I said earlier, I think Marcus is right about the reading, but you still have to live within the world you're within. When I was talking about this, knowing what people's philosophical frameworks are or where they're coming from on things, it's good to read, obviously, but you still have to exist in the world as it is. This is a bit like what we were talking about with social norms. what is to be expected of you. Like, I'd like to go around, paying people, bartering, but in the real life, it's not practical. It's not going to work. So despite my idealism,
Right.
I'm forced to act in a certain way. And I mean, we all know it's cringe. We do. I think one of the biggest factors of cringe making is like when people have ideals that are just not within the bounds of possibility. You know what I mean? As in, like, when you see them believing it. You know what I mean? Do you understand? When they truly are fighting for something that isn't going to happen. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Like the bartering system, for example. I'll give that as an example. There are people out there who's saying we should return to bartering. Now, in this world, it's not possible, and it would be actually not only is it impractical, but it would be more damaging than good.
You think so? How come?
Well, I mean, you're not. First of all, you're not always in a position to do anything for anybody. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I mean, you're not always in a position. You get old, right? So
Right.
you need some kind of you need something they want. Okay. I mean, and then it becomes a matter of practicality. Well, if they want something from me, that means I'm going to have a massive store of stuff.
Right. No,
And,
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
and when I meet them, I'm going to have to try and match what they want with what I have, and it may not happen. And it may be like I have to go around talking to hundreds of people to get them to do something for me because they don't want what I have.
Yeah.
And it just becomes chaos.
That's true.
But yeah. So if anybody else wants to come on, please do. It's nice to have Yvonne. Yvonne has been watching the Pista Sophia and leaving messages. They're French, by the way. I think yeah. So it's great to have them here. And they're good. They were worried about speaking English, but they're really good at writing comments in English.
Are they Canadian?
Sorry?
Are they in Canada as well?
No, they're in. I think they're. Yvonne, you're in natural France, aren't you? I don't think. Yeah, they're in natural France, I think.
Oh, okay.
So Yvonne says, "What do you think of Abracas Zero? Is Abracas? I don't know what that is. I'd have to look. I've heard the word. I'd have to look up. What do you think is Sophia, the father, Lilith, Samuel, Eve, Adam, then the golden ratio? Okay, so that's a lot of questions there. I'd have to look up that Abraxas. I'll look it up now because it's one of those things that I probably wouldn't get around to if I didn't look it up now. 1 second now. Oh, it's a Gnostic thing, yeah. A word meaning the system of Gnostic Basilides. Okay. The system of the Gnostic Basilides. Basilides was an early Christian Gnostic religious teacher. Okay, so from Alexandria in Egypt. Okay, well, thank you for that. We will. I've starred it, Yvonne, and it's on my favorites bar. And we will probably look into that at some point. Why not? Yeah. As for your other points there, who do I think is Sophia? I think it's just a story. I know that she's like meant to be wisdom from God's wisdom, but yeah, I think it's just a story. The Father, I don't know. The true God, the ultimate unknowable, I don't know. I don't know what that is or if it exists. Lilith, I heard the story of Lilith in the book. Is it? I can't remember what book it is. Is it not Enoch? I don't know. But Lilith was the one that refused to mate with Adam, basically. She was Adam's first wife, and then she denied God's command to produce children, and then she went out wandering the earth, and basically, yeah, she's the first antinatalist, yeah, and she became, but she's seen as like a dangerous entity by some cultures, unless you're agnostic, and then she's seen as good, So if you're in mainstream Judaism, Christianity, she's probably viewed as a baddie, because she disobeyed God. But if you are in Gnosticism, she's viewed as good because she disobeyed the demiurge, and she didn't want to bring life into this realm of suffering. But
Shit.
interesting, my thought that just occurred is like, oh no, I suppose no, because God punished Adam when Eve ate the apple. Adam ate it too. I was going to say, why did he just punish Lilith and not Adam? But it's because Adam joined in the apple eating. Sorry, it is late. It's a
I don't
stupid
think it was an apple, by the way. I think it was like it just said fruit. I think.
fruit. Yeah, it was, and it's some people say, oh, it's not a fruit, it's a metaphor.
It's
Don't seek
probably like a fig
knowledge.
tree or something like that.
Mm. Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Yvonne, you have a lot of knowledge. Don't be frightened to come on here and practice your English, because
Yeah,
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Lilith is all that in Spiral.
We are live on Twitch. I don't know. I haven't actually worked on the profile, but we are live on Twitch, and we have had one person.
I think Yvonne is in Canada, Alberta. Is that right?
Really? Oh, does it say that on their thing?
That's what I see in the comment.
Oh, okay.
Alberta.
Where does it say that? Oh, yeah. Canada, Alberta. Okay. So, are there a lot of so I presume that there are a lot of Canadians who don't really speak English much then. And I know that
Yeah,
they speak French, but
yeah, it's bilingual.
yeah.
I'm unfortunately, like, I studied it, but I can't speak it.
No, same as me. I mean, I was good at French in school at the end. They expected me to get an A, but I didn't actually get an A because I muffed up the I did well in everything except the spoken, when you had to talk to the person, because I went in there and I kind of froze. Anxiety, I mean, they
Yeah.
don't factor that in, that's one of the annoying things about having some kind of anxiety. I mean, I didn't know I had anxiety or whatever, but I definitely had some anxiety as a teenager. And then when I went in, I got all nervous and I started saying stupid things, but they don't factor that in,
Hi.
I was only 17 or something at the time.
Hello.
Yvonne,
Bonjour.
hello, salut,
You
sir.
hear me?
Yes.
Oui.
Okay, good.
Way.
No, I can speak in
va?
English, but my main language is French.
So, are you a French Canuck?
Yes.
Oh wow. Are you from like Quebec, then Montreal kind of place? You don't have to
Yeah.
say where, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm born in Quebec, Montreal. Yes.
Wow. Do you know I had a girlfriend from Montreal once? She came over from Canada and everything, and that's many years ago now. But yeah, she left me, and then she met some bloke around the corner, and now she's married with 2 kids to him. So
Wow.
I set them up. but in fairness, I wasn't that into her, if I'm honest. It was one of those ones, you chat online and then you meet them, and then like, oh yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
But she met the love of her life, and I'm really happy for them.
Good. That's good.
So what was I gonna say? Yvonne, you seem to have a lot of knowledge about a lot of things, bro. So I'm really happy that you've kind of randomly come across my channel. It's really great.
Yes. I like to know more about everything that people studying, because for me, I really believe that everybody has their own version of the map of the life we live in, because there's no 7 gate and all that, like spiritual, what you call it, it's not voodoo stuff, but it's new age, the new age stuff,
Right?
And they only like 2 realm, the realm that we live in and the other realm, and the old that constitute of Abraxas, the old, what is emptiness, like the universe itself, like everything. There's a guy, it's called Ken Wheeler. He's a super high scholar, and
Yeah.
I'm following him, and he's
Heard his
all
name. I think I've watched some stuff on him, but yeah, he's definitely a name I've come across.
yeah, it's Apoteria something. It's about Greek and all the mathematics, and
Right.
it makes way more sense
Yeah.
when you take the math and nature.
The math. It's interesting what you said there, Yvonne, because you said. By the way, am I saying your name correctly, Yvonne?
It's Yvon.
Yvonne.
Yeah, Yvon.
Because I know there
yes.
is I know the name Yvonne, the girl's name. You know,
Yeah,
the YVONNE.
yeah,
So
that's feminine.
but yours is like Yvonne. It's
Yeah,
like
just Yvon. Ivan.
Ivan.
Yeah, in English it sounds better.
Okay.
Ivan.
By the way, your name, if that is your name, it's not French. It's like what is that? I don't know, Dutch or something. Or
It's more like Slavic or Russian.
Slavic. Okay. Oh yeah, the Vich at the end. Yeah.
Yes.
So
yes.
yeah. Well, it's interesting what you said there about there's a dualistic nature to everything, and you kind of say there is this place and there's the other place, and there aren't any other places.
Now
Is that
there's
what you're kind of?
yes. There's only the two light and the two darkness, and the whole itself, what constitute of everything.
Sorry, you said the two light and the two darkness. What do you mean by the two light and the two darkness? Because I thought there's just one of each.
No. There's two. There's two round. Like
Oh.
how I can put that? If you take a coin it has three sides, right?
Mm.
Like the face and the other side, but the edge is the side itself. But
The
we
side
live.
that you can't see.
Yes, but it constitutes the coin itself, right?
Yes.
But we live on one side with one light and one darkness, and on the other side, like if you take the number from 0 and you go up, that's one side of the coin, and if you go down in the minus, it's at the other side, right? It makes sense to me.
Okay, Yvonne. So you're saying you're influenced by this Ken Wheeler guy?
Yeah.
This is where this comes from, is it, or is it something you came up with?
I came up with this.
You came up with
Whatever I read and I listen to people, I make my own statement.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Yvonne, because it sounds like although it sounds simplistic, it's also extremely complicated. So it might be good for you to maybe write it down, I would say, and then I could have a read of it.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that, but you should see my book. It's a mess.
Okay. I want to say hello to Isella. Isella, you're on the show. I don't know, this Isella person's not talking. Isella, you're muted. Okay, Yvonne. I'm not going to stay much longer because it's late for me, but I will. I don't mind talking. Usually, it's just I've had a bit of a hectic few days. But first of all, you believe in life after death, do you?
Not really.
Not really. Okay.
Not really, but I kind of been programmed to believe it because everything is all about what's the other belief, so you have to pick a side, I guess. But I'm not really into it. I think we're only like after you die, you crystallize, like your body crystallize, and you become part of the element, like a rock.
So you decompose, and you become part of whatever is in a physical sense.
Yes, and your essence is already there. It's not.
You don't mean that. You don't mean that in a panpsychic sense. You don't. Do you think that your consciousness continues?
Not continue. It's always there.
It's always there.
It's always there.
So are you a panpsychic? Like, do you think everything is consciousness?
I think so, but it's not.
So basically,
the mind.
what you are is you're saying to me you are you're the collection of lots of different parts of. You're the collection of lots of different things, atoms, yeah, and that causes your consciousness. And when they fall apart, they have their own consciousness. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'm
no
not
problem.
sure yet.
Well, I would like to hear what you're saying. some point and read it. But we will. I think we'll just chill out now and talk about something else for a little bit, and then I'll have to go.
Okay.
Anything, Yvonne, you're new here. Anything you'd like to say to people watching as an introductory remark, and also, yeah, anything at all? Just people get to know you because you've been on this channel a few times now in the chat, so it's great to have you.
Yeah, I joined your subscribed to you like 2 days ago. So I just like 2 or 3 days. So I just find your site and you seem to have talked to a lot of people. So and you're open to more like what can I say idea.
Yeah. Well, I am
So,
exploring. I don't know what's going on, so
yes,
I'm open to.
Same with me too. I want to make sense to all of it. So that's why I'm looking into it because everybody has his own version, like the Christian, the Hebrew, the Arab.
So, what are your main influence thus far, Yvonne, in terms of like you grew up obviously being taught certain things? Maybe you've rebelled against some of those and found other ways. What would you say are your main influences then, considering all of that?
Main influence. Wow. When I grew up, I've been taken by the government. They took all the children and they put them in foster parent. So at that point, my mind got shut down, and I kind of rejected everything. So yeah.
So you went into care, basically foster care, was it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, brother. Well, I hope that you got put with good families and such. Were you with the one family, or did you go around?
Oh, I go around. They moved me like 1 year. I moved like 6 different places. So they keep moving me from my dad, foster parent, my mom, foster parent.
You say keep. This isn't the present situation. What age are you now, Yvonne?
Right now, I move to Alberta, trying a new language and a new job.
Okay. No, I meant because I was worried for a second that you were, although you sound older, I was worried that you were a teenager or something. When you said
no, I'm 47 now.
47.
Yes.
Wow, you sound. I'm not saying it in terms of like intellect, but you have a very youthful voice, so that's good.
I make peace with my inner child. And right now, I'm trying to find my spirit animal.
Okay.
And
how's that going for you?
Yes, and all the teaching they tell you to make a new union with your feminine and your masculine, because if you look back in the chat when I put Adam, Eve, and Z, because Eve is the X chromosome and Adam is the Y chromosome, right? But who is the Z one? Who's the third one? Because in the golden ratio, it goes as say like 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and so on.
Yeah, I've heard about this. Are you talking about the kind of like the golden ratio? Is that like the Fibonacci sequence thing? Is
yes,
it?
Yes.
Now, I've heard about this before, and it does seem everything has this Fibonacci sequence in this world, right?
In this realm.
Yeah, but then sometimes I think if that is the case, is that good? It may not be good. And it may be that's what mesmerizes you. Okay. And I thought about I made a video about this many years ago. Right. Everyone pays tribute to the Fibonacci sequence as if it's got some kind of mystical quality. But I said, well, if that's the way it is, and that could be the thing that seduces you to think that flowers are beautiful, that everything is great, But the thing that you might want to look at is the things that haven't got that sequence. That might be where the truth lies. They might be the bringers of truth, as the things that shock you out of your hypnotized state to look at this world as good. Do you get what I'm saying, Yvonne?
Oh, for me, there's nothing good and there's nothing evil. Nature will swallow you, and she do not care.
Yeah. Well, we're more or less on the same page there, I think, in terms of like, I don't believe there's good or bad
There's
in terms of like nature. Now, there is good or bad, though, in human experience, though, right?
Yes. It's a perspection, like an illusion we like to create to make ourselves feels better.
Well, I don't know if I get what you're saying. I mean, I don't know if I go so far as, although
Okay.
we've been talking about the Buddhist stuff, I don't know if it's an illusion. I think it is real. I think that we
Oh
do feel good
yes.
and bad.
Yes. Because like our body is all chemical, and we feel our body make us feel thing like it's a tool for our soul to experiment this round, right? The
Right.
body
Yeah. Yeah.
is clearly a tool, because when I look at my hand, I see two, like not hammer, but two member that I can like create stuff. But what make create stuff is the power that we have, all human have, is the power of imagination. That's the true power of human.
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely is. It's a power that can do good and bad. But is it? Can we control it? Do you even believe in free will? Because I doubt that myself.
Not in the true, like, that would people think it's free will, but because our body is total control of our instinct, I think, because like all your inside is what make you eat, breathe, like consume. So they keep going and they keep like spreading. Like how can I say that? It's not germ. What you call that? Like the blood inside.
Yeah, yeah, your blood, your lymph, your hormones, what your nervous system. I don't know what it is you're getting at. Sorry.
No, yes, it's what make you what make human reproduce?
Oh, the hormones.
Is that the hormone?
Yeah,
Reproductive,
the
reproductive.
reproductive organs.
Yeah, but that's just an organ. But what is the instinct? What push us to reproduce?
Well, I think it depends on the person. Some people don't think about it; they just want to have sex.
I
And that's
think I remember it's the mushroom king, because all the first entity that came on this world was the mushroom, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was the mushroom,
What
and
about the DNA molecule itself? What about the first cell?
I'm not too sure about that. It might be a scam.
Apparently, the first cell was a singular a single cell organism,
Yes.
and they give it the
Yes.
name Luca, I believe, and that is
Okay.
apparently our common ancestor. That wasn't a mushroom. Mushrooms came much later, right?
Could be,
Could be.
but it's all like not plankton, but like
Algae.
algae. Yeah,
Algae, yeah.
algae.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have Jay here. Welcome, Jay. Guys, I'm just going to get a drink and that. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Please
Hey,
keep talking, guys.
Hello,
Hey,
guys.
hey, brother Marcus.
What's going
So
on?
nice to meet you, Yvonne. What drew you to Finding Gnosis?
To find gnosis, I want to know what is what, and what is it, because it's like it is like the clown one is the bad one, and there's the is, and what is what, like clearly it's like, and what this is what I want to know,
Okay,
because
so
yes,
oh, go ahead.
no, because like if we don't know, like in some tribe in Africa, they see it as when you're born, you have a seed inside of you that has to grow, right? And that's your own seed of life, and you have to nurture and culture that with uh, interaction in the world with other people and with nature by eating, breathing, and drinking. So you have to nurture that, and it's your own tree, like your nervous system inside of you. If you look at it, it's your root of your tree, right?
Yeah.
So by by definition, we are the tree, we are the temple, and
Yeah.
we were growing on this earth, and uh, I see it too as like everybody is like a flower in the field, and you're just standing there in the garden, and one day you're just gonna bloom. Other like bees or other people will come and then take a little bit of your nectar, and then they're gonna move on. And the nectar is knowledge, is the divine knowledge that you're gonna give and take as well, so you can grow. No, that's real.
Yeah.
That's real gnosis, I think, or that's the path of gnosis. Because when they say
So
pit, yes,
no, you go, you go.
okay. I was gonna say when they say it, when they say like Piri Sophia, it's just an expression of like divine wisdom. It's just a saying that people or man or woman has put into word, into a book, but it's not real thing. It's a definition that we're made so we can understand like the stair to the heaven, like stairway to heaven or something like that.
Uh-huh. Okay, so have you studied Gnosticism before, and has it been something that you've been always been interested in?
No, no, it's brand new. It's brand
No,
new.
so what did you believe before Gnosticism?
Oh, I don't believe uh, for what they did to the people. I think they took over the order of the church, because I kind of read a little bit of the Bible and talk to the other people, but I didn't go deep into the book because it's all about moral and uh, way of life and living. So it's more like,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So they took over. They took over the order, and they changed it to, because people are stupid. They're really stupid. I don't want to insult people, but it's not every flower in the garden that is good. There's some poisonous flower. There's some sweet one, and that's people. That's just an expression as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Okay.
That's my gnosis, I think. But like I'd like to everybody to be on the same page, but we cannot. It's never gonna happen.
Yeah. Okay. So well, so you said that before Gnosticism, you never really believe, you didn't really believe in anything, so you're basically like an atheist.
No, no, I'm not an atheist either, because atheist is another. How can I put that? That is a tool for them to understand you, because they do not understand others that don't believe. You follow? So
Mm-hmm.
if if I want to know something that I don't know, so I'm gonna put a name on it. And for them, because they're follower of the shepherd, they have to put a label on something, and atheist is a label. Same thing with Christianity or whatsoever religion you want to put a label on. But the true spirituality is just live what Jesus said. I don't know because I don't read the book, but sometime I remember what I wrote. But it says like, you're the don't follow me, follow my word, something like that. or the same saying that old people to tell me, like, do what I say, but not what as I do. But that's a bad expression. It doesn't go
Oh,
with me.
so you don't believe that anyone should have any labels on them? You don't believe in labeling anyone or anything?
No, we can label. Let's make it easier for us to identify, like, like, like animal, plant, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So,
No, it just, you said that atheist is just another label that they use to basically divide people. So that made me feel like you're someone who just doesn't like putting labels on things.
well, naming thing is a study of the taxonomy or taxonomy. You know that?
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
So it's a label of
I meant it more in terms of like beliefs, not in terms of like um just like any and everything. I meant it more specifically in terms of like people's beliefs.
well, there's only one God, and the only one God is wisdom. There's
Yeah.
no,
So you're saying that God is
is
wisdom. So wait, so
yeah.
do you believe that God is you believe in that God is everyone and everything,
So
or
God comes
No,
after the fact. Then God comes after experience. God didn't come first. Then
no, there was something before that, and I call it Abraxas. The whole,
Abraxas?
yeah, Abraxas is the whole. Abraxas, and what came after Abraxas was the mother and the father.
Oh, so you believe that God has a mother and a father?
Can you repeat that?
Do you believe that God has parents like a mother and a father?
Uh, well, if you remove all God stuff, okay, just like take it all off. Just think about the universe we live in right now. What is above our universe? Another universe.
Well, I
Eh,
don't know. I can't say that because I don't have any evidence to support the notion that there's another universe
oh,
above us.
I can point you to one. I can point you to one, and you can even look fractal, the Mandelbot.
Wait, fractals?
Yeah, fractal and the Mandelbot. As
Wait,
above,
but
so
have you have
below.
but have you ever been to this other universe though?
How can I been there?
so you're
Well,
saying,
that's what I'm
Yvonne, you're
saying.
saying that
I
is it the
never.
mandala thing? Is it the fractals? You're saying that it goes on forever.
Oh, it goes on forever, as below and so above. The fractal go in the minus. Like if you take the zero and you go in the minus, the fractal go there. And if you go above, it keep
Mm.
going. But we will never see it. We will never experience it. But with our imagination, we
Yeah.
can see it. We can do the math, and we can see it in our mind. But you cannot go there. It's impossible.
Okay,
Like we can do,
interesting.
yeah, we can do the math, but even the math is not. It's not pure. It's because every number is infinite, and in every infinity, what? How can a mind comprehend that?
Hello to Chickpea.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
I'm good. You have John here. He's got some very interesting ideas, so it's
I know,
interesting to hear.
depressing, isn't it? I've only just woken up. You know what? I went to sleep yesterday afternoon at about 4, and I've just woken up.
Okay.
Wow, so you've been sleeping for like the past day and
No, I've been
like
sleeping
six.
for. I'll be sleeping for 11 hours. 11 hours. I thought to have a little nap. I thought
Wow.
Wow.
I'll just have a nap. I've just woken up.
So you're the opposite of me. Then I need to go to
Yeah,
sleep. You've just woken up. Wow.
yeah. I sleep. I've always slept a lot. Thankfully, it's blessed escapism. I love sleeping. Love it.
Chickpea is
Just like
helpful.
that.
Do you have some
I-
funny dreams? I have some funky dreams now these days.
Do
I
you?
think particularly when I've been coming off the promethazine, that did cause
Yes.
some dreams.
Are you off yet? You know
No,
what?
but I did sleep. I slept a hell of a lot, unfortunately. Easter
Don't
Monday.
you want to sleep?
Yes, but what I mean is it's muffed up my my rhythm. You know, I don't have any.
Oh, right. Actually, everybody, I must ask you this. In my dreams, I'm always really, really happy. I'm the happiest person in my dreams, and I have beautiful dreams. I don't have nightmares ever. But when I wake up, it's like I'm a different person. I'm depressed. I wake up, and I sometimes actually burst into tears because I'm happy in my dreams and depressed in the real world. Does anybody else get that?
No, but it reminds me of a film I wanted to make when I was about 23.
Yeah.
I never got round to it, but I wanted to write a screenplay for a film called Equilibrium, and basically it's about this man who had an accident. He went into a coma,
Yeah.
and he was dying on the bed, and he was having a real hard time, you know.
Yes.
And like his family and stuff was suffering because of his situation. But then
Yeah.
in his bed, he was dreaming about a different life where he was really doing everything was going well, you know.
Yeah.
And somehow or other, he kind of realizes at some point he starts coming in and out of the coma that there's two lives going on. There's one where and if one affects the other. So basically, it was kind of like a psycho thriller, kind of psychological thriller. It was like because he realized that if he was having a bad life in one world,
Yes.
he'd have a good life in the other.
Yes.
But then he realized, so then he became really, really hesitant to have too much joy because it would affect his other life. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So he started walking around on tenterhooks, wondering, like, you know, if he has too much joy, he's gonna have a hellish experience in the other one when he goes to sleep. You know, in the other life.
Yes.
So it became like this. As I said, the psychological thriller where he's trying to just practice. What's the word? He's trying to be as fucking hell, it's late. He's trying. Sorry, balanced. Yeah, balanced or everything in moderation, kind of thing. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Trying to find an equilibrium.
That's it. That's why I called it equilibrium. Yeah.
You should have done it. You're very clever.
I got a dream the other day when you asked me to talk, and I did not join. After that, I went to bed and I slept, and I dreamed about bugs in my bedroom and bed bugs, and it was something to do with anxiety because I'm not somebody that go talk to people much. So yeah, I think that's what it was all about.
But like I was saying, when I'm asleep,
Yvonne, it's good to practice talking, you know. So keep it up. Sorry, Chickpea.
Yeah, when I'm asleep, in my dreams. I'm so happy, and then I wake up, and my whole mindset's different. It's weird. And some mornings I wake up and I just burst into tears because I want to go back to what I was in my dream. Ever since I wonder if anybody else experienced that, and I've had that all my life. It's not a one-off. I've been reading David Icke's book.
Oh yeah, how's that going?
He talks a lot about reincarnation and the Archon thing and everything. Yeah. So it's lovely to lovely to read. I'm really enjoying it. Very, very enjoyable. Yes. You should get it. It's actually worth buying. Okay. You know, and he also talks about Elon Musk and his little antics and everything and all that sort of stuff. I don't know where he gets all the information from.
From his mind, isn't it?
I don't know.
Elon?
It's not exactly. You can't fact check. I think a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I've got his old books from when he started in the 90s. And I have to say, what he wrote has come to being. He used to talk
like what?
Set and everything that they're doing now, and you know all that sort of stuff. I don't know. I think he's some sort of shill because you know witchcraft. I don't know how witchcraft works, but if you set a spell on somebody, if you inform your victim ahead of performing the spell, and your victim lets you do it, the spell is far, far more efficient. So it's like some witchcraft. Never heard.
Yeah, you can say that with psychology as well.
Yeah. So I think he's some kind of shill, I reckon. I don't know. But he does seem to know what's happening. It's worth buying for £12.
Yeah, something will come soon. Something with AI and
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Isn't it scary?
Guys, I'm going to end the live soon, but everyone can stay on and chat if they want to. So if you want to come on here and chat backstage, please do now.
And how's your little baby?
Yeah, he's good. He's really good. He's been well looked after and loved more than anything. I know. I mean, he gets a lot of attention, put it that way, from everybody. So he's happy.
So he should. Do you get stopped on the streets?
He's a jealous dog, though. If I get a hug from anyone, he gets jealous, you know?
Yeah, chickpeas are like that. No one's allowed to get close to me. Yeah.
No, it's more like he loves my partner, so it's like he needs to be involved. He needs to come over. If there's a hug going on, he wants to come over, you know?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Oh yeah, he's clawed his way into your soul.
Yeah.
Right in. Oh yes, I was saying, Ivan, the AI is terrifying, isn't it?
Not really.
Oh, don't you think so? Oh, it terrifies me.
Well, I tell you what, guys, we'll just say hello to Divine. Divine, are you okay?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Right, guys, I'll tell you what then. We'll end the live, and then, but you guys can stay here and chat, but we'll end the live. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to end it now. But yeah, you can stay and chat now.
Bye-bye.